Stay tuned for more.
What's going on, everybody? Whether you're practicing social distancing of 6 feet up to 6 miles, you can still party with On and Off the Field, where you can listen to the best NFL and charity-based podcasts out there on the RTF Sports Network. You can follow them on Facebook or go to rtfsportsnetwork.com and check out the show Thursdays from 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention?
Are you ready? I said, are you ready? You're rocking with the heavyweight champs of sports talk.
Don't act like you're not impressed.
Brandon Way and Brandon Rudolph.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
Tune in to Opinionated Facts, Tuesdays at 6 p.m. on the RTF Sports Network. And we're back again every Sunday at 12 noon on Facebook Live.
Do it live! I'll write it and we'll do it live!
Only on the Opinionated Facts Facebook page, presented by TCP Network.
The snow is melting and it's starting to warm.
Is this for the new commercial?
This is the new commercial. We're recording. Why is it you always cut me off?
Guys, calm down. Let's just start it over.
It's too late. We have to start our show, which is Twist, the weekend sports talk, where you can hear banter like this with sports and interviews. Hear us on the RTF Sports Network, Mondays at 8 Eastern. Also, like our page on RTF Sports Network and check us out at rtfsportsnetwork.com.
Are you guys ready for the talk of the show, the talk of the network here at rtfsportsnetwork.com? Coming at you right now is Snowman in the morning.
In times of need, this is what most insurance sounds like.
What's your policy number?
But insurance with AAA sounds like this.
Is everyone okay?
See the difference at AAA.com/insurance.
Today's program is in honor of the winningest coach in NFL history, Mr. Don Shula, who passed away on Monday at the age of 90. Coach Shula, this is for you.
I can't do it. We'll do it live. Okay. Do it live! I'll write it and we'll do it live!
Time to rise and grind.
Are you kidding me? Holy on smoke!
And let's get this banter going.
It's bacon!
This is Snowman in the Morning.
Does anybody else feel like a fried egg?
And it begins now.
I want you to get up now. I want all of you to get up out of your chairs. I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell,
I think I just broke my chair.
He did what?
Has anybody ever told you you have a
Serious impulse control problem!
There is but one cause for me to follow. Almighty the bum!
And here we go.
Oh, yeah!
Michael on the drive across the lane. Turnaround shot. Got it. 63 for Jordan.
He did what?
A ground ball past Jenks up the middle of the infield. Uribe has it. He throws. Out! Out! A White Sox winner and a world championship. The White Sox have won the World Series, and they're mobbing each other on the field.
You golden blank staggered black stone and blinkety black punk are you trying to do? Of all that low dirty...
Kobe Bryant on the move against Christie. In for the right. Flips his shot up. No good. O'Neal lays it up. Missed it. Ball tipped out to Horry. Is straight on three. Good! The Lakers have won! Robert Horry's greatest hits tour continues.
Oh, no doubt about it. He's got to be getting a Grammy for that one.
Good morning. Welcome to the Taco Tuesday edition of A Snowman in the Morning. You can follow along with us on social media by dialing up SNW Digital Media for Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, and Pinterest. You can also log on to Snowman Digital Media for all of our great conversations from this show, as well as others produced by Snowman Digital Media. This is the best sports talk show you haven't heard of until now. You can hear us every Monday, which is today, through Friday on all of our great stations and networks in the region, across the nation, and around the world, and across the internet. And the podcast version of this here show will be available right after this show is completed. You ready to get into it? Good. Let's get started. Let's talk Cam Newton, shall we? I've seen so many questions online. I've seen people have thrown questions about me about why Cam Newton has not been signed yet. I have my thoughts. Other people have their thoughts. But here are my thoughts about Cam Newton. I hate to say this to all you Cam Newton fans, which I was once upon a time, but Cam Newton is finished. I've said it for a year. And the biggest reason I believe Cam Newton is finished is because he can't stay healthy. He can't stay on the field. Matter of fact, I'll go one step further. Cam Newton has been finished since Super Bowl 50. Oh, you didn't know? You didn't see it? You didn't think I'd say that aloud? Let me say it again. Cam Newton has been finished emotionally and physically since Super Bowl 50. Because since Super Bowl 50 in Santa Clara, Cam Newton has taken a pounding to a point where he has been injured several times, to the point where it's taken some of his ability away. It's taken some of his ability away. I know a lot of people don't want to see that, but he's done. He's been done. After he walked off the stage, and people have doggone, can't talk today. People have so many reasons and want to excuse Cam's behavior and want to excuse the fact that Cam has been injured since Super Bowl 50. Let me give you a couple of other reasons. One, Cam is not going to sign for only $7 million like Andy Dalton did. And the other reason is he doesn't want to be a backup. Cam Newton still believes he can be a starting quarterback, which I believe he can't. Cam Newton is finished. Done. Kaput. And most of that is physical. Because when you're an athlete like Cam Newton that can run, you've got to stay healthy, and you've got to stay upright in the pocket. I was turned on to Cam Newton when his rookie season happened. His first game happened, and he threw for 400 yards against Carolina. And I said, wait a minute, this could be one hell of a quarterback. But then again, he ran into the same problem that some of these other quarterbacks over the years have. He couldn't stay healthy. And I'm going to keep hammering this point home. He couldn't stay healthy. One of the times that he did stay healthy, he led him to a Super Bowl. He led him to every time he stayed healthy, he led Carolina to the playoffs. But since Super Bowl 50, he hasn't been healthy. He hasn't been himself. And I don't mean that in a malicious way. I mean that in a way, physically, Cam Newton hasn't been himself. He hasn't been Superman. And to a point, I also think Cam Newton got a big head after he led Carolina to Super Bowl 50. I think he got a big head when Ron Rivera became his coach, which leads to another problem I have with Cam Newton. He's been through too many coaches and too many coordinators. How about that? See, Cam Newton was going to be an issue when he came out of college. When all that happened at Auburn, and he led his team to the national championship. But the biggest reason I think Newton is finished is because it's physical. And when we get football back, Cam Newton will be unemployed. Jameis Winston signed to be a backup to Drew Brees. Andy Dalton signed to be a backup to Dak Prescott. Let me transition there for a quick second. Dak Prescott and Andy Dalton, I believe, are both gone after Dallas, after this year. back to Cam Newton. Most of the problems that I see with Cam Newton has been physical, has been his injuries, and they've piled up. They've piled up because he is such a target on the field because of his dynamic ability as a quarterback. Here's the other side of that coin. As fantastic of an athlete he is, I believe Cam Newton has kind of regressed. And I'm not going to look up the stats. I don't need to look up the stats. I use my eyes. I really believe Cam Newton has regressed as a quarterback. He's been a little bit skittish in the pocket before a big injury took him out this past year. His decision-making has been off. Usually he would tuck the ball and run and get out of trouble. Now he tries to stay in the pocket. He tried to stay in the pocket and be a pocket passer, and that didn't work. And there's a little bit of a pride issue with Cam Newton. He's not going to swallow his pride. And I go back to, again, the deal that Dallas made for Andy Dalton to be a backup to Dak Prescott. And that may change. And I'll transition back into Andy Dalton. Andy Dalton's going to be the starter in Dallas before too long. The Cowboys had 2 years to sign Dak Prescott to an extension, and they didn't do it. And I don't think Dak Prescott is worth starting quarterback money anyway. I've said that since he's been in the league. I'm going to continue to say it until he proves me different. Dak Prescott is finished in Dallas. Someone's going to pick him up, but he's going to be a backup. Dak Prescott is gone out of Dallas within 2 years, if not 1. And it's nothing to do with him physically or mentally or anything like that. He hasn't shown anything, at least to me. Let me pose a question, and a lot of people want to pose this question online. I'm going to do it on this program. You're down by 3 points, 2 minutes left. You have no timeouts. You got to take your team on an 80-yard drive to get the game-winning points. Who are you trusting? Dak Prescott or Jimmy Garoppolo? And yes, I'm putting a very personal spin on this. I'll trust Jimmy Garoppolo in a heartbeat. Jimmy Garoppolo actually makes good decisions. He didn't do it in the Super Bowl, granted. A lot of that was play calling, granted. But dadgummit, Jimmy Garoppolo made some damn good decisions. He took virtually every snap this year. He took virtually every snap this year. And you know what the even bigger problem is? Dak Prescott hasn't been in a pressure situation. Oh, but he got to the playoffs and he beat... Shut up. Shut up. Yeah, he beat Seattle, but Seattle beat themselves. Then he went to Los Angeles and he got crowned. Sorry, Cowboy fans. I don't trust Dak Prescott. Nor will I trust Dak Prescott. Can I be proven wrong? Absolutely. Absolutely, I can be proven wrong. But dadgummit, I know what I see. And what I see is I don't trust Prescott. And I see a bigger problem with the Cowboys. They paid everybody else but Prescott. And then you sign Andy Dalton as a backup. You know what that says to me? It says to me, 1, we're not going to trust you as our quarterback in the very near future. And 2, we trust the guy we brought in to be your backup, and we're going to slip him in under you because he's already had playoff success, if you want to call it that. Mediocrity begets mediocrity. Game recognizes game. So, sorry, Prescott fans. I don't trust him. I don't want to trust him. I'll trust everybody else. I'll trust Ezekiel Elliott. I'll trust Amari Cooper, Michael Gallup. Oh, and here's another reason why I think Dak Prescott's out of there. They're shaping this up to get him and Dalton out of there so they can draft another quarterback, stick him in under a rookie deal, and then move on from him. Unless he proves to be Troy Aikman or Roger Staubach or Danny White. To me, and not be getting his skills, he does have skills. But Dak Prescott reminds me of Danny White. And in some situations, if you put a little pressure on him, he reminds me of Gary Hogeboom. I'm sorry, did I go there? So no, I don't trust Dak Prescott. Supposedly he had the best offensive line in the league, still made skittish decisions in the pocket. Supposedly he had the best running game in the league. Wrong answer to that. That was Baltimore and San Francisco. The Cowboys are a mess, and Dak Prescott is in the middle of it. Is he the cause? No. Hear me out. He's not the cause, but he's in the middle of it. And the Cowboys set him up for failure from minute one. Let me say that again. The Cowboys set Dak Prescott up for failure since minute one. Period. And some people just don't want to accept that. But it's the truth. Now, if Dak Prescott were drafted by, say, maybe the Los Angeles Rams, then maybe he had a shot. If he were drafted by, say, maybe the Minnesota Vikings, he may have had a shot. Dak just needs to be in the right system. And right now he ain't. Period. Same with Cam Newton. He just needs to be in the right system. He needs to be in the right situation. And he wasn't. And now he really isn't. Dak Prescott and Andy Dalton are both in trouble in Dallas. At the same token, Cam Newton will not be signed before the beginning of the season. Now, if Cam Newton is signed, he swallowed his pride. He accepted the fact that he's a backup. And I will put this microphone in front of me and I'll say, I'm wrong. Matter of fact, there's a part of me that I hope I'm wrong. But going off of what I see and what I have seen from Cam Newton, he ain't getting signed anytime soon. And going off of what I've seen in Dallas, that's a situation that's a mess, and it won't be a mess until the front office is changed. Which means Jerry Jones, or Coach Jones, as he's belovedly affectionately referred to by one Skip Bayless, Coach Jones needs to step aside. And the longer he is in day-to-day operations with the team, the further down the rabbit hole it goes. That's a double take for you. What's yours? Pause for a break. I got some more stuff for you when y'all get back in a flash.
Snowman in the Morning.
Holy on snow!
Where true sports talk lives.
I like him. He's silly.
As I said, folks, I got a lot to get into today. Stuff about The Last Dance. You know, a lot of people have been wondering what my thoughts are on said documentary. And I can tell you right now, a lot of people are not going to like my thoughts, but they don't understand where I'm coming from. But I'm going to start this Monday with a little football. And I got a lot of football chat. In case you missed Friday's program, Dana O'Gorman joined me Friday. I'm going to replay that. I got a couple of other conversations, including with seven-time Pro Bowler Richmond Webb. He joined me earlier in April. You're going to hear that in its entirety. Also, you're going to hear from five-time Super Bowl participant Glenn Parker. You'll hear that in its entirety. But a lot of people in Packerland are a little angry. Why are they a little angry? Because the Packers basically selected Aaron Rodgers as a replacement. And the narrative is that Matt LaFleur is tired of Aaron Rodgers. And a lot of people are going to hate my next statement. I don't blame him. Sharif Ahmed from Sharif Ahmed Sports Talk now joins me. Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Do you agree with my statement that they've basically selected Aaron Rodgers' replacement in Green Bay?
Yes and no. And here's why. Every time that there is a regime change in football, normally a new coach wants to bring in a new quarterback. Now, in the past, there's been a handful of coaches that have inherited great quarterbacks from a prior regime. I'll just throw a couple out there. When Bill Walsh went to George Seifert, Steve Young was still the quarterback.
Yeah.
When Bill Cowher of the Steelers retired from football, Mike Tomlin came in. He kept Ben Roethlisberger.
Correct.
And the last one I can think of is, and I just went completely blank. Oh no, Mike Shanahan had John Elway when Dan Reeves had left, or I think he had quit or retired. I forgot. But when Reeves left, Shanahan came in. They kept Elway.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the one thing that all of those regime changes all have in common. They won a Super Bowl. And the thing is that there's a regime change from McCartney to LaFleur. You still have Aaron Rodgers. Now, what I don't understand is why they used the 26th pick to draft a quarterback. Now, that NFC Championship game with the 49ers, there was one thing, the one reason why the Packers lost that game is because Aaron Rodgers was in constant duress. There was no protection. So now, instead of drafting Jordan Love, they should have either taken a tackle or an offensive lineman, or traded out of the first round, trade it with the team, pick up the draft picks, and try to pick up an offensive lineman that way, because the Packers are here to win now. The way LaFleur runs his offense is now it's going to be run heavy.
Yeah.
And the thing is that now, yes, it's a run heavy offense, and you're not going to ask Aaron Rodgers to do a lot like in years past. The component is, and the one thing I want to say is, the Packers have the talent, but they need line help.
Yes.
They need line help to protect Aaron Rodgers, and also they need to get offensive linemen to strengthen the running game. Now, there's two other teams in the league that have that. That's my Ravens and your 49ers.
Correctamundo.
Number one and number two in rushing offense.
In rushing offense. And it's going to be that way again this year with those two teams, because both of them strengthened their offensive line. The 49ers picked up Trent Williams in a trade, and for the retiring Joe Staley.
Steal.
Yeah, it is a steal. It is a steal, because if you think about it, Joe Staley was going to go into his 14th year, but he was so afraid physically that he would break down. Remember, this has been the longest time Staley's been injured, He missed 6 games, I believe, on the front part of that offensive.
I think it was, yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's okay. That's okay. I think he missed 6 games. Folks, you can correct me if I'm wrong there, but I know he missed a significant amount of time. And then you get Trent Williams to replace Joe Staley. So you replace a 6-time Pro Bowler with a 7-time Pro Bowler who is just coming over 30. You get him for a steal. They're going to lock him up with an extension, I think, by mid-year. And you strengthen that offensive line again that loves to do something your Ravens love to do. That's run the football.
Yeah. Yeah, and the thing is, though, the 49ers picked him up on they traded, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, they swapped out a fifth on this past draft. They get a third next year, and San Francisco ships off a 7th-round pick or something like that.
Yeah.
And another thing that I also wanted to bring a common denominator here is that Baltimore and San Francisco, they also have stout defenses.
Man, do they ever.
So here's what Green Bay should have done. Aaron Rodgers has at minimum 4 years left.
Yes.
He can finish out his contract at a high level. The Packers are here to win now. The 49ers are going to be tough. If the Philadelphia Eagles can stay healthy, they will be tough. Then you have Tampa Bay, you have New Orleans, you have all these teams in the NFC that are loading up.
And for God's sakes, don't forget Seattle. Seattle somehow finds their way into the competition every year. And the Seahawks and the 49ers are in the same division. In fact, as much of an improvement as the Arizona Cardinals will be this year, it's going to come down to Seattle and San Francisco to decide the West. And I think this year the 49ers will win the West going away. That's not disrespect to the Seattle Seahawks at all, because anytime you got someone like Russell Wilson running your offense, you're going to be fine. Be that as it may, with San Francisco strengthening their offensive line and strengthening their defense, snatching up Javon Kinlaw, that's going to be a problem in the NFC West.
Yes, it will be. But the fact of the matter is LaFleur should have played the same card as Seifert, Shanahan, and Tomlin. Now, the thing is that really baffles me about the Green Bay pick is that this year's draft, other than it being overshadowed by quarterbacks, this draft was loaded with offensive linemen that can start immediately. You can find guys in the 3rd and 4th round that can start or play about 35 to 40, maybe even 45 to 50 snaps a game. And the majority of these O linemen are coming from the Big 10, the Big 12, and the SEC.
Yes. I mean, it's loaded from those 3 conferences. If you look at the picks, most of the offensive linemen, as you said, came from those 3 conferences, and you can take the Big 12 out of the equation because most of the linemen that have been drafted in this past draft were from the Big 10 and the SEC, run-heavy conferences.
Yeah, and the thing is that I don't understand why they did not do that. If they would have traded out of the first round, and if they would have picked up, let's say they traded with another team, and they picked up an O-lineman and, get a second rounder and a third and a couple third rounders for that pick, that would have been understandable. There's a lot of quarterbacks in that was in this draft too that they could have picked up in the 5th or 6th round and would have just said, you know what, you're going to be practice squad or running the scout team the first year. You see how it goes. Give them some preseason reps and see how they do in game time action and go from there. But the thing is this: there's another thing that you should also throw into this equation. Green Bay doesn't have an owner. The team does not have an owner.
Nope.
There's no relationship between and quarterback. Pittsburgh had a relationship with owner, quarterback. Denver Broncos had a relationship, owner, quarterback.
The 49ers.
Steve Young had a tremendous relationship with owner, quarterback. So the majority of all these teams that have won Super Bowls and have been successful, the relationship between owner and quarterback was there.
Mm-hmm.
Green Bay doesn't have an owner. Therefore, there's not an owner that can side with the franchise quarterback. Aaron Rodgers is difficult. We all know that.
Yeah.
In order for him to succeed, you need to build around him. Because again, there's 4 years left.
Mm-hmm.
They got a running back. They have Devontae Adams, who's by far, we can argue top 10 quarterback or top 10 receiver in the league.
Yeah.
And now Green Bay's defense that defense is loaded. All their draft picks for the last 3 years are on the roster.
Mm-hmm.
So that team is complete. So like you said at the beginning, drafting a quarterback in the first round, that's telling the incumbent quarterback that either A, he has a short leash, B, he's out the door, or C, they trade him or release him.
I'm
For
thinking
crying out loud, Lamar. Go ahead.
I'm thinking either B or C. For some reason, with Matt LaFleur at the controls as a coach, he ain't Mike McCarthy, he ain't Mike Holmgren, who wants to give his quarterback a chance. And that quarterback coach relationship, as you said, is not that strong. Don't get it twisted, folks. It's not strong between Matt LaFleur and Aaron Rodgers. Don't let the 13-3 record fool you. Because if you saw a lot of Packer football last year, in the 3 losses in the regular season, one of which was to the 49ers, and in their conference championship loss, what was the common denominator, which was the problem with Aaron Rodgers? If you are able to disturb his rhythm, you can take him out of it. And the 49ers did that successfully twice.
They did. And here's another thing that you also have to throw in here. LaFleur took away audibles. You cannot sit there and tell me that if Aaron Rodgers steps up to the line of scrimmage, defensive switch, shift, or whatever they do, you need to give that man the power, the response. I mean, he deserves that.
Yeah.
He deserves that. If he comes up to there and calls an audible, shut the F up and let the man do his job.
Absolutely.
He has proven in years past. That he is an elite quarterback. And you don't take that away from them or from your elite quarterback.
You can't.
And that's what LaFleur did. LaFleur does not like to audible.
The first coach that gave his quarterback the responsibility of audibling and changing the play was one of the fathers of the West Coast offense, Bill Walsh.
Yeah. I mean, the Packers are in trouble, man, because the
Deep trouble.
That 26th pick is brutal, because they could have drafted they could have jumped the gun, and they would have drafted the kid that the Titans drafted, Isaiah Wilson.
Yeah.
They could have drafted him. If they could have traded out of the first round and amassed picks, I mean, you have a kid named the Dolphins picked up on the 39th or 40th pick. I forgot.
Mm-hmm.
The 39th pick. Robert Hunt, he's a guard. I mean, this kid is,
he's special.
I don't get it. And if I were Packer fans, I would be concerned.
I wouldn't be concerned. I'd be a little pissed. But yeah. Yes, it is out there that Aaron Rodgers is indeed a diva. We've seen that, but he's one hell of a quarterback. Okay? And the Packers are forcing their hand right now when it comes to Aaron Rodgers. Within 2 seasons, if not one, Aaron Rodgers is out of there. And I have to ask this question before we go to our first break. Where does he land if that's the case? Does he pull another Tom Brady and head south? What do you think the situation will be should Aaron Rodgers decide to leave?
Let me tell you this, man. This is just me spitballing out here, and this is just me just throwing how you and I like to just throw stuff out there
and make it stick.
Yeah. Now, let me tell you something. Mitch Trubisky did not get his 5th year picked up this year.
Nope.
Nick Foles is the quarterback, and the guy, and I love him to death. He's from the University of Arizona.
That he is.
Love him to death, but the guy can't stay healthy.
Yeah, which has put Chicago in a world of trouble. Which has put the Bears in a world of trouble because they're going to hand the ball. They're going to hand the ball to Nick Foles at the start of the season. They see the pedigree. They see the Super Bowl win over Tom Brady, and they're going to make the same mistake the Jacksonville Jaguars did. They paid him a whole bunch of money, and they're going to hand him the keys at the top of the season instead of putting the right players around Trubisky so Trubisky can improve.
Let me tell you something, man. The Bears had one of the lowest outputs as an offense on rushing, and they were not, and their receivers did not catch many balls.
Nope.
And I just have this funny feeling that he might stay in division, see the Packers twice a year, and he probably will be a Chicago Bear, and they'll restructure his contract however he sees fit, or they should just trade, or they have to give him a trade package that's completely, something so tasty that they can't pass up.
Yeah.
The only team I can actually see him going is Chicago, because if you think about it, next year Trevor Lawrence is going to be the number 1 pick.
Mm-hmm.
Period.
Yeah, he is.
So there's one thing, and then if you look at the entire NFL, just brainstorming, every single team has their quarterback.
Yep. Every single team does.
Every single
team does. Every single team does.
So it's going to be a very interesting season. If God is good and we get to have a season and we see this in fruition, see how this goes, I'm telling you that 26 picks should have been picked up for an O lineman, or they should have traded out of the first round and try to get some O lineman and some assets on top of it, because they got to build around Aaron Rodgers to win now.
Yeah, they have to, and we'll have to see how that goes. Sharif Ahmed joining me. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, Sharif will stay with me. And there's another quarterback that should be concerned. Tell you who that is, and we'll tell you why. Back in a flash.
This is Snowman in the Morning, where true sports talk lives.
He did what?
I did not need to be told that.
Welcome back to the program. As we tailed off before the break, we were discussing quarterbacks, in particular Aaron Rodgers, and Sharif Ahmed, joins me. And there's another quarterback. We said Aaron Rodgers and the Packers should be concerned. How about this? Dak Prescott and the Cowboys should really be concerned because the Cowboys signed Andy Dalton to a one-year deal, which, as my buddy Robert Cobb from the Inscriber magazine pointed out to me, and I really took a look at this, Dak Prescott's leverage for a new contract has been usurped. But I think it's been usurped twice over. Once with the signing of Dalton, the other because he hasn't proven a doggone thing. I'm sorry. If you want to look at his stats, fine. If you want to look at what he's done on the field, then you'll see the exact point that Sharif and I are going to make. Dak Prescott is a sitting duck.
Yeah. Well, my only thing about it is this. Jerry Jones should have signed him 2 years ago to an extension.
Yep.
And the numbers would have been a lot cheaper. He would have been on a shorter contract, which would have made it much more appealing to him, because they should have signed him back a couple years back to a 4-year extension, dropped me about 85 million with 50, 60 million up front. Which then means it will put Dak in a position where he'll still be in his mid to tailoring to his late 20s.
Yep.
And he can still go after for a second contract. But here's the problem. He betted on himself and he failed.
He lost big time. He lost.
He did. And let me just revert back to when my Ravens went on a Super Bowl run. Joe Flacco had a contract extension at the beginning of that season.
2012.
Of the 2012 season.
2012.
Joe Flacco did not want to sign the contract. He betted on himself.
He did.
So he betted on himself, went on a magical run, won the Super Bowl, and the Ravens had no choice but to give him that contract, which, by the way, in hindsight, it was a bad contract.
It was. And the other thing that was in his favor that gave him leverage, not only did he go on a magic run from wild card to Super Bowl, not only did he beat the Patriots in Gillette Stadium, not only did he win the Super Bowl, but the biggest piece of leverage that Flacco had at the time, he was elected Super Bowl MVP.
Yes, I was just about to get that, and thank you for bringing that up. And on top of that, the year before the Super Bowl run, the Ravens should have been in the Super Bowl the year before.
Yeah.
But then Lee Evans dropped the damn ball. So if they would have won back-to-back Super Bowls, God knows what the money is. But anyway, Dak betted on himself, got all the way to the NFC Championship game. He should have signed he should have signed a contract then.
Yeah,
but he didn't. He decided to bet on himself.
Yeah.
And then other players around him got paid.
Ezekiel Elliott, anyone?
Yeah.
Amari Cooper, anyone?
Amari Cooper.
And Prescott has only gotten to the divisional round, and then he got crowned by the Los Angeles Rams. See, here's the problem with Dak betting on himself. People are getting in his head, I believe, about the stats that he's putting up. Here's my take on Dak Prescott's stats, and a lot of people don't like this, but you've heard me say it on this program. Other people have heard me say it on this program, and it bears repeating. Most of his stats, especially this past season, were backloaded. They were overloaded. Here's what I mean. He got most of his stats in garbage time. You can throw for 4,000 yards all you want. Hell, Jameis Winston threw for 5,000 yards. But when you're not helping your team win or guide your team to wins, and you lose the division to a beat-up Philadelphia team, I'd have the same questions about Dak that they have now that they had 2 years ago when he got to the NFC divisional playoffs.
The irony of that game was the irony of that Philadelphia game last year, and we talked when I first started talking on when we talked last season. We we had went down the schedule and we said that game's going to be a juicy one.
Yeah, it is.
The season started. And he decided it basically was like, you win, you get in.
Yep.
Philadelphia secondary. Okay, my 13-year-old son could have started on that team, on that secondary. I'm not joking.
I know.
Their wide receiver core was led by a former quarterback from the University of Houston, Greg Ward.
Yes, I remember Mr. Ward, a receiver converted to quarterback. And little side note, the day he was pushed into being a quarterback, it was in a bowl game against Pittsburgh. And he led Houston to a 25-point fourth quarter comeback.
I'm telling you. And they couldn't win then.
Nope.
They had the best offensive line in football. They had one of the top, they had an elite running back. They had Amari Cooper.
Yep.
So all I'm saying is this, man. Dak either needs to seriously try to, that can't be the number one guy. He should at least try to at least get a top 5 salary.
Yes.
Top 10, if that.
Yep. I'll tell you what brought all this on. Go back 2.5 years. I mentioned Prescott getting to the divisional playoffs and then getting walloped by the Rams. You know who was sitting on the sideline with an injury, waiting to prove himself? He just played in the Super Bowl. That was Jimmy Garoppolo. A lot of people had questions about him, still do. I don't understand why. They still question Jimmy Garoppolo getting the salary that he got. Now, the 49ers did this right. The 49ers did this right. When the trade happened and Garoppolo played lights out and led the 49ers to 5 straight wins, the 49ers said, you know what? We're going to lock him in, but we're not going to lock him in for 2 or 3 years. I spoke about this on the program, and I want to give a shout-out to the Valenti Show up in Detroit for dropping these figures while I was reshaping the show. What do you do in a situation like that with Garoppolo? He comes in, he plays lights out. Do you franchise him and then you pay him, or do you trust your staff and trust your team and trust the folks you're going to build around him to hand him a boatload of money, but also a handful of years? If you look back a couple of years ago, you could have franchised Garoppolo, and he'd have been worth $24 million at the time. And if he plays lights out again, now he's forcing your hand to pay him another $37 million for at least 2 years. What the 49ers did and what the Cowboys should have done, the 49ers gave Garoppolo $73 million and signed him for 5 years.
Well, here's the difference, though, Mr. Snowman. What do the 49ers have what the Cowboys don't have?
A running game. An offensive line.
Sir. Stability in the front office and ownership.
Right, you are.
Stability at the head coach. At the head coaching position.
Right, you are.
There's stability there. There's no stability in Dallas.
In Dallas.
Do you hear the San Francisco owner getting in front of them and get in front of the camera and getting in front of the microphone and start spewing all of this stuff and discussing contract negotiations with their star quarterback? No. Do you? John Lynch, who's a GM, did his job, did it all undercover, came out and said, "This is my guy. This is our guy. He will lead our franchise." And I have full belief in him, and that's what they did. Then the head coach is one of the brightest, youngest minds in the league right now. And if he tells the GM, "I want this guy," they're going to get him that guy.
Yep.
Because they know that they mix him up with Shanahan, because if you think about it, and if the 49ers play it right, that Shanahan-Garoppolo relationship can be together for the next maybe 8 to 10 years. And they can probably get a couple Super Bowls out of that.
They're going to get at least 3. I'm putting this out there right now. They're going to get at least 3. that Shanahan-Garoppolo combination. And if you look at the 49ers draft, we'll get back to the Cowboys in just a moment. If you look at the 49ers draft, Javon Kinlaw on defense, and they get Brandon Ayuk out of Arizona State. What the 49ers do last year, they went defense first with Nick Bosa, and then in the second round, they snatched up the fellow who's becoming the man right now in Deebo Samuel. Kendrick Bourne is there. Yeah, they signed Emmanuel Sanders. He helped them along and helped them get to the Super Bowl, but Deebo Samuel is going to be the leader of that receiving core. Jalen Hurd is probably going to wind up being a second tight end, but he's going to be one tall, tough receiver to defend. And then you get Brandon Ayuk on the outside who can run past everybody. Ayuk, Samuel, and Hurd will remind you of Rice, Taylor, and Mike Wilson. And George Kittle's already a combination of Brent Jones and John Frank. But back to the Cowboys. I had to get that side note out there. Back to the Cowboys. If they'd have learned from what the 49ers did with Garoppolo, we wouldn't even be having this conversation about Dak Prescott.
No, absolutely. You're absolutely right. And the thing is that I told Cowboy fans 100 times, and they all most agree with me and most of them don't. Jerry Jones needs to seriously step aside from the day-to-day operations of the game and let his sons run it. Yes, Jerry Jones, put Jerry Jones out in front of the microphone. Oh, the Dallas Cowboys are doing a great job, whatever. Do your radio shows every Monday or Tuesday or whatever it may be. But it's all about the fundamentals of a successful sports franchise.
Yes.
You have to have a great owner. You have to have a great GM. You need to have a head coach, and you need a freaking quarterback.
Yeah.
And Dallas has maybe one out of the two, and it's the front office, because the front office drafts really well.
Yes, they do.
You had a lame duck coach last year. Oh, we don't know if we're going to keep him. Oh, this is his last year, this, and that. So how are the players going to respect you? How are you going to have a relation? How is the quarterback going to have a relationship with the coach that's going to end up getting fired or quitting at the end of the season?
And how do you develop any kind of continuity if that's the case?
No.
And again, I'll go back to the 49ers. There were rumblings after they went 4-12 2 years ago that Robert Saleh, the all-world defensive coordinator, was going to leave, and Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch put a stop to that and said, Robert Saleh is our guy. We just got to get him the right players. They got him the right players. The 49ers management, if you go back to Carmen Policy running the team and Eddie DeBartolo running the team, Bill Walsh was the coach. They let him coach. Joe Montana and Steve Young were the quarterbacks. They let him play. Roger Craig, who I'll talk about during hour 3, Roger Craig was one of the men at running back. Of course, you had Ricky Waters. You had the receivers in Jerry Rice and John Taylor. They built the offensive line. They got the right pieces, and the people that were hired to do the jobs they were hired to do did their jobs. You haven't had that in Dallas since Jimmy Johnson got fired.
Right. You're absolutely right. I'm not gonna piggyback off of that. You're right.
Since Jimmy Johnson got fired before the 1994 season, the Cowboys have not been the same. Have they won a Super Bowl? Certainly. They won Super Bowl 30, but it wasn't Barry Switzer's team. It was Jimmy Johnson's team. You let Jimmy Johnson coach that Cowboys team, and look, as a fan, I hated that 90s team, but as a journalist and as a person, I loved how they built that team, because Jimmy Johnson put that team together the same way that the 49ers put their team together to rule the 80s. The Cowboys did that in the 90s. But at the same time, since Jimmy Johnson got fired in 1994, and you and I talked off the air during our break about speaking the truth, how about this for a piece of truth, Cowboy fans? The Cowboys haven't been right since Barry Switzer was their coach in 1994. Super Bowl and all, they haven't been right.
That is true. That is very true, because Jimmy Johnson was a disciplinarian. He ran a tight ship, and he made every single player accountable. Barry Switzer came in, rode the coattails for 2 years, lost a championship, won a Super Bowl, and then they lost a championship game to the 49ers.
Yep. And they got smacked in that game. They got smacked.
They did. They did, and I can argue if Jimmy Johnson would have still been still coaching the team, they could have won 3, maybe 4 Super Bowls in a row.
Easy.
I'm just putting it out there. That can be an argument for a different time.
The only time they would not have won probably is 1994 because that 49er team was stacked and they were ready to play. Okay, but if George Seifert and Jimmy Johnson match up head to head, it'd have been split down the middle with those two. It'd have been split down the middle. Jimmy Johnson had the younger studs. George Seifert had the older knowledge. But Jimmy Johnson against George Seifert for 7 to 8 years? Come on, man. That's must-see TV all the time.
Exactly.
That's must-see TV. So if I were a Cowboy fan, I'd be a lot concerned because you sign Ezekiel Elliott to an extension, you sign Amari Cooper to an extension, and on top of that, you sign Michael Gallup to an extension. Something wrong with this picture?
Or how about this one? How about this nugget? Could you see Aaron Rodgers going to Dallas next year?
Actually, you know what? Mike McCarthy's the coach. And given how Dallas has run its operation since 1994, and I will stick with that, I wouldn't be surprised, and I'm going to put this way out there, I wouldn't be surprised if both Andy Dalton and Dak Prescott were out of jobs in Dallas within 2 years.
Let's give Dalton a little bit of credit here.
Yeah.
The thing is this: they signed a solid veteran who's won games.
Mm-hmm.
He's also a native Texan.
Yep.
He lives in Dallas.
And he's about to get the starting job.
And he's about to, and you know what? They might mess around and compete in the NFC East.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Who knows?
I wouldn't be surprised. But I will say this.
I'll be laughing my ass off.
I'll be laughing my ass off too. And I'll actually cheer for Andy Dalton. I don't like Prescott. Prescott to me has not proven a thing since he's been out of Mississippi State. Not a doggone thing. And it's unfortunate for Dak Prescott to be put in this kind of sitting duck situation, but he is a sitting duck. And if Andy Dalton doesn't ride to the rescue, who will? And speaking of quarterbacks that don't have a job right now, there's one by the name of Cam Newton who does, and this how we close this. How we close this segment, because I want to have you back on later to talk a little hoops. Now, folks, I have been asked over social media 100 times, where will Cam Newton land? I never answered it on this program. I will answer it now, and I'm probably going to get a laugh out of my guest here, and I'm probably going to get a lot of anger, from Carolina Panther fans and other football fans. I'll answer the question now. Where will Cam Newton land? It's pretty simple. He ain't landing. No one will take him. And I have 2 reasons. One, physically and emotionally, Cam Newton has been finished since Super Bowl 50 when he lost to the Denver Broncos, a game he could have easily won. And secondly, his injury history since Super Bowl 50. Has he played a full season since Super Bowl 50? And a backup question being, has he led them to the playoffs since Super Bowl 50? The answer to both of those is no.
Yeah, I totally agree. And the reason was because that Cam does not want to be a backup.
Nope.
And he wants to prove to the world that he won't be a backup. And there's also rumors swirling around that he might just sit on the side and wait till a starting quarterback gets hurt and try to get on that team. But like I said, every quarterback has their stud. And I'm just throwing 2 teams out there. One team, Chicago, but they got Foles. But New England doesn't have a starting quarterback.
New England, I can answer New England's question. New England believes in Jarrett Stidham. And after seeing the kid play, I can't blame him. As far as the Bears, let me pose this question to you. Do you think they're going to be mentally competent to give Cam Newton a shot at starting quarterback? I mean, hell, they invested 4 years in Mitch Trubisky, who only played. We talked about spitting out facts, right? How about this? Mitch Trubisky only started 7 college football games, folks.
Wow.
He only started 7.
He got drafted ahead of Deshaun Watson
and Patrick Mahomes.
You
know what's so wild? You know what's so wild? I will tell you exactly why Mahomes is in Kansas City achieving and why Deshaun Watson is in Houston achieving, and the Bears will have a quarterback problem for the next 10 years unless they finally put some research in to do it right. You know the team that fleeced the Bears to give up a lot of picks and move 1 pick down to take Trubisky? That team was the 49ers.
Oh, yeah.
3 years ago, John Lynch gave a call to the Bears front office and said, look, I'll offer you some picks if you trade down. Bears trade down. Trubisky was still available. 49ers snatched Solomon Thomas, and later on, those picks became necessary in building the team that they have. Where are the 49ers and where are the Bears?
Man, that's a good point there.
Yeah. As my friends would say back home, I'm on one today on this Monday. I want to invite you back for another segment. We're coming up on a break, but I want y'all to hear a conversation that I had Friday with the OG, Dana OG from Our Turf Football. You'll hear that conversation in its entirety. Sharif will be back to talk some hoops with me, and I'll explain why I have not watched The Last Dance. That'll come during Hour 2. Yeah, I'm getting yelled at. I need to take a break. Back in a flash.
I can't do it. We'll do it live. Okay. Do it live! I'll write it and we'll do it live!
Time to rise and grind.
Are you kidding me? Holy on smoke!
And let's get this banter going.
It's bacon!
This is Snowman in the Morning.
Does anybody else feel like a fried egg?
And it begins now.
I want you to get up now. I want all of you to get up out of your chairs. I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell,
I think I just broke my chair.
He did what?
Has anybody ever told you you have a serious impulse control problem?
There is but one cause for me to follow. Almighty the bum!
And here we go.
Oh, yeah!
The kick, and here it comes. Swing and a miss! Swing and a miss! Swing and a miss! And a World Series Game 7 winning Curly W is in the books. The celebration is on. The Washington Nationals are the world champions.
You golden blank, staggered black, skeleton, and blinkety brick bunker, you trying to do? Of all that low, dirty...
Johnson is three-point territory, but guarded tightly. Johnson cuts left, now fires a three. It is good, and he's fouled. It counts, and he is fouled.
Do you believe it?
He did what?
Hour 2. Hour 2 always kicks off with a little Transition Tuesday. Russ Williams will be dropping by in just a moment. In fact, he's here right now. So let's find out what the transition topic is for this Tuesday morning. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me again on here, Stone Man. Appreciate you.
Now, you wanted to visit a subject that we talked about before, but add a little something to it. Talk to me.
Yeah, we talked earlier about becoming the hunted. We talked about that before, in which I gave some GPSs. So I just wanted to revisit this particular transition.
All right. Let's see what you got.
All right. So, hey, when you're transitioning to becoming the hunted, one GPS to keep in mind is to be aware of who's coming for your crown.
Right.
And I know the big talk now, Snowman. I know the talk now, Snowman, is the Last Dance. So I want to talk a little bit about that.
Right.
Case in point to my theory here. So let's rewind to 1998 NBA All-Star Game at the world's famous arena,
Madison Square Garden.
That's right. Where you have MJ, Michael Jordan, and an upstart rookie, 19-year-old Kobe Bryant. And here you have the scenario in which Michael Jordan is talking with his teammates, and he's warning his teammates, saying, hey, look, there's a young punk in the next room there who is coming for our shine, who is coming for our crown.
Mm-hmm.
This guy is coming. So be aware of who's coming for your crown. Also, I'll give you another example, Snowman. I love music. And I remember Jay-Z, when he was with Rockefeller Records, he had a big camp there. And I remember him saying to his group, he was saying, hey, look, guys, we're on top right now, but there's this new kid that's coming. This guy by the name of 50 Cent.
Yeah.
He's coming for our crown. He's coming for our crown. So be aware who's coming for your crown. That's the first GPS. Second GPS is you have to do the work to remain the hunted. You got to do the work. You got to put in the work. So let's rewind back again to the Last Dance. So you have Michael Jordan, who is getting berated and beat down by the Detroit Pistons.
Yep.
He takes it upon himself to really start this process called the Breakfast Club, in which he had the process of them working out, getting strong so he can administer the punishment.
Absolutely.
He puts the work in, and he now becomes, not only he's the hunted, but now he's putting in the work to remain the hunted in this process. So again, I just want to recap these two GPSs. When you're becoming the hunted, be aware who's coming for your crown, because there will be people coming for your crown for what you have. And I remember we talked the last time when we had this topic, we talked about protecting your neck.
Yes,
you have
sir.
to do that. You have to do that. And then the GPS number 2, do the work to remain the hunter. You got to put in the work so you can still remain king and be king.
Here's something that I've said a lot to my friends. I've said it to some associates that I used to work with. My wife and I talked about it a lot, and it's very true, and it's very frightening of the 21st century. A lot of people want to be on top, but they don't want to put in the work to get it.
Absolutely. You got to put in that work to remain there. You know, like they say, like the hardest thing is to claim, you know, not just to regain that title that you have.
Mm-hmm.
The easy thing is to win. The hardest thing is to remain that champion and remaining on top of that pedestal. So, but again, with that, you have to put in the work to do that. You have to always put in the work to finish on top.
That's what the Golden State Warriors learned after they got beat by Cleveland in 2016, and then they won the next two against LeBron and stayed on top. That's what the Bulls learned. That's what the Pistons learned. Every champion who has at least attempted to repeat as champion or has repeated as champion, they learned they have to put in the work. I'm learning this. Oh, I shouldn't say I'm learning this personally. I learn it every year because so many people in my life have blatantly looked in my eyes and told me they want me to quit as a sports talk host and a sports announcer. And I looked at them right back and I go, are you crazy? This just makes me want to go harder. And there was a fellow that I've spoken about on this show. I won't reveal his name right now, but you and I have talked about this off the air. There's a fellow who so badly wants to see me fail. He puts disparaging remarks on my website. He puts disparaging remarks on my YouTube page and, you know, just sends me all kinds of wicked emails saying, have you gotten a job yet? Have you even thought about getting a job? And I just look and I smile because this August will mark season 25 for me. I told my wife about this fellow, and she just said, and what point is he trying to make to you? He's trying to get you to fail, and you're not a failure. So when you have motivation like that, folks, when you have motivation like that, you want to work harder. You know, Ray Lewis, who went out on top as the Super Bowl champion, put it best. And a lot of people are not going to like this. They have their own opinions about Ray Lewis, but I remember him for one line, be pissed off for greatness. And I certainly am.
Absolutely. That's true. And you know what, Snowman, I'm glad you brought that up because I think that guy who is doing that to you, I think he sees you as a threat. That's why he wants you to get out of the game and get out of the business because now you are a threat to his livelihood, most likely, probably an envious deal, but you are now a threat. So now you know you have arrived because of somebody like that trying to get you out of the game. But you know, you're never off your game, Snowman. I know that. So I know you're going to
can't be off my game. This is too much fun to me. I can't be off my game. And I refuse to be off my game. Now, I will admit this. There have been times since 2016 when this odyssey started of this same fellow telling a lie to the Indiana High School Athletic Association and to the school that I was working with about and left an accusatory message about something that I did. Every kid in the school that I worked with, which was Marquette Catholic, defended me. The parents defended me, but the administration turned tail and ran, which means they saw me as a threat also to LaPorte County, the same way this guy saw me as a threat. And here I sit, still doing this show, grinding towards season 25 and beyond. And I'm not gonna quit. Did he put me in a position where I had to for a little while? I will admittedly say yes. I did have to lay low for a while. I absolutely had to lay low for a while, but it was only for a month while that got straightened out and was told I couldn't come back to Marquette. And a month later, I found Hebron High School and had them for a couple of years. So people can tell you all they want, how they want you to quit and how they think you need to live your life. And I know you've been through this. My wife and I have talked about this. I've talked to many of my friends about this. People will tell you how they think you should live your life and what they think you should do for a career. Folks, I got 2 words. Don't listen.
That's right. You're absolutely right there, Snowman. And the cream always rises to the crop, to the top. So you're going to be fine with that. You're going to find your reward is going to be, and again, I don't wish anything on people, but like when you have situations like that, you're going to find these people are going to be out of jobs and out of businesses. And then that way that just really creates the path for you. So no, the cream always rises to the top. And I know my man Snowman's going to be on the top there as well.
Yep. Like I said, this is my 25th year. What other steps you got for us?
Yeah. No, those are the only steps that I have right now in terms of that. But you know what, Snowman? I wanted to talk to you a little bit about The Last Dance, if I could. Could we possibly talk a little Last Dance?
Yeah, and I'll answer a question that I answered yesterday, and what I will lead the next hour off with an explanation of. I've had many people tell me, or ask me, I beg your pardon, have you watched The Last Dance? And people will look at me and say, I know you've watched The Last Dance. I haven't watched one episode, and I have a very good reason. I lived it.
You lived it. Yes, I know you have. I know you talked about that on my podcast too. You did live it. Yeah. But it is a great ride. Yeah. Yup. Yeah. So you can definitely have a different perspective on it because you lived it. You have these millennials out here who think that LeBron James is the GOAT. God. You know what I mean? They didn't live it, So that's why it's imperative that they see The Last Dance. Oh my God. Because if they see The Last Dance, they can understand the GOAT and why he is the GOAT.
And not only him, and not only MJ, those who preceded him. Those who preceded MJ. Those who played with and against MJ. Like, I don't know, Scottie Pippen, Julius Erving, James Worthy, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, one special one for my wife, Reggie Miller. Okay, folks who lived to, with, and through what eventually became the Jordan era. Because you had the Jordan Bird era, 1979, 1980. Michael came along in 1984, but didn't really make his mark until 86 when he dropped 63 in Boston Garden. Hey, Bron-a-Maniacs, LeBron ever do that in the playoff series? I don't think so. At the same time, you got these people who want to use The Last Dance. And boy, did I talk about this to a friend of mine. They want to use The Last Dance to try to justify Shannon Sharpe, why LeBron is better than MJ. Nick Wright. Shannon Sharpe, my good buddy Justin Hill, love him dearly, but he's a Bron-a-Maniac, and I got to call it out. And I'm going to continue to call it out. If you've never seen Michael Jordan play, if you've never seen a highlight of the fellows that I mentioned, I'll even go as far back as to say the Iceman, George Gervin, who played with Michael Jordan in 1986.
That's right. That first year. Yep. His first year in the league. Yeah.
Who played with MJ in 1986? Matter of fact, George Gervin was the starting shooting guard in place of MJ while MJ was nursing an injury in 1986. So one legend replacing a legend in the making. Okay? But yeah, I've been through I lived The Last Dance. I lived through the contract signings. I lived through the whining and everything else. I lived through the anger that MJ went through because he wasn't allowed to play basketball. I lived through Scottie being put on a trade block. Okay, so don't come at me with something I don't know about The Last Dance. Doggone it. Not only did I watch the games, I watched every storyline. There was a program on Sports Channel in Chicago at the time called Bulls Beat, which was hosted by my favorite announcer of all time, the late, great Jim Durham, who brought all the stories to the table, which is what you do as a journalist, Bron-a-Maniacs, or Bron-sexuals, as my buddy Cole Johnson would say. And yeah, this is me getting on my soapbox for a couple of minutes before we go to a break, but I had to. Yeah, and you know what? You have a fabulous podcast, the Russ and Kayla Neese podcast, and I was happy to appear on that. Tell the folks about that podcast before we go to a break.
Yes, the Russ and Kayla Neese Experience, to which I have that. If you like to, please, guys, go on there. You can go on any place, podcast platform, on Spotify. You have it on iTunes as well. And this last episode, episode 11, we had a young guy by the name of Snowman in the Morning. We have him on. He's telling stories about his life, things that can change your perspective on life. So we had the young man, Mr. Snowman, on there. So I'm really proud of that, having him on. So,
Thank you.
We love having you on there, Snowman. Your story is inspiring. It's going to inspire others. When you hear the conversation with Snowman, you will be inspired. And it doesn't have anything to do with sports.
I appreciate it. I truly appreciate it. And I appreciate having this man on, Russ Williams, the transition man himself. If you need some GPSs to help your transition, this is the fellow to get a hold of. You'll hear him every Tuesday morning here on the program. I really appreciate you coming on, my man.
Thank you, Snowman. Appreciate you.
I got more stuff for you, folks, after the break. Stick around.
This is Snowman in the Morning, where true sports talk lives.
He did what?
I did not need to be told that.
So many people have asked me about The Last Dance. I'll tell you my answer after I talk to this man, one of my NBA aficionados, Mr. Danny Thompson. He joins me right now. How are you, my friend?
Mr. Snow, how you doing, sir? It's a lovely pleasure to be on the show as always, and I guess it's time to dance a little bit here.
See, this is how the folks that I have on know me so well. I can just say one word within a sentence, and they know which way the direction is going. I'll give you the floor. Give me your thoughts on The Last Dance.
Whew. I mean, even if you know so much of The Last Dance story, even going back to, no matter how much you know about The Last Dance, it's always, you find something new. It's like when you watch a movie over and over again, and you know the outcome, you find something new every single time. And throughout the first 6 episodes, there's always been something
that you find, something that is intriguing in every single show, every single time. I've watched a couple episodes at least twice, and I find something new every time, whether I knew it or didn't know the full context of it. If you just find something new every time, and it's been so enjoyable over the first 6 episodes.
So what did you find in episodes 5 and 6 that you were able to pull from it? What'd you find in those two?
Well, I think the one thing was...
before we answer, let's backtrack. What'd you find in the first 2 episodes? Let's go in chronological order. What'd you find in the first 2 episodes?
Wow. I think really the first 2 episodes kind of set the stage for what we were going to get ourselves into. You kind of had you had a deep realization of how Phil is the master of finding motivation and mind tools. How he knew exactly what to say and created the team handbook based on The Last Dance.
Mm-hmm.
He knew it was coming.
Mm-hmm.
And to turn the handbook into like a screenplay, outlining what's about to happen, is pure genius. You go back into even episode 2 where you talk about where Roy Williams is talking about how great of an athlete Michael Jordan was, and the best athlete he's ever coached. And you go back and watch the film of Jordan in North Carolina, and you just see, the greatness from that moment, and you forget, like, Jordan was a freshman.
Yeah.
And the story of James Worthy is that by the second week of practice, he was the best player on the team.
Mm-hmm.
And I had been there for 3 years. I was All-American. It's like, it's like people knew this guy's greatness, like, literally within minutes. It's a beautiful thing to watch. So it's like, when you see the in-depth stories, it makes it so much better.
It does. And I remember James Worthy telling that story. I'm here in ACC country now, and I'm hearing a lot more North Carolina stories than I did when I was in Chicago, and I lived through The Last Dance. But at the same time, to hear James Worthy, 3-year starter, All-American, say within 2 to 3 weeks, I knew Michael Jordan was the best player on the team. And you're talking about a fellow who I love seeing play in James Worthy, who was very underrated, even though he's a Hall of Famer. That is saying a lot.
Yes. And you just hear stories. I remember that, even going back to what Sidney Moncrief said. Sidney Moncrief is an all-defensive player, and very underrated. People don't talk about how good he was defensively. He's a multiple-time defensive player of the year. He's like, man, 3rd game in the league, man. I don't know what to do with this guy. It's 3rd game in the league, and you have an all-NBA defensive guy.
Yeah.
The best in his field. You're all-NBA defensive player. You're the best in your field. 3 games into the season, first time you see a rookie goes, I don't know what to do. You kind of wow, like, this guy is going to be something special. And people will tell the stories.
Yeah, and remember, Sidney Moncrief, when the Defensive Player of the Year award became an award in 1982, Sidney won the first 2 of them. He won the first 2. And for him to make,
he's no slouch.
No, not at all. That Milwaukee Bucks team between 1980 and I'll say 1986, no slouch whatsoever. Because remember, former Bull Craig Hodges was a member of the Bucks at that time. But to have Sidney Moncrief make that declarative statement, I think the entire league went, "Uh-oh, what just happened?"
Exactly. It's like just you grew up in Chicago. That you knew. Everybody who grew up in Chicago knew a lot of the nuances.
Mm-hmm.
As Jordan became more and more popular, and it's been what 98 is literally 20 plus years ago. So
yes.
It's like it was like 30, almost 30 years ago. It's like, wow.
Can you believe that?
And it's like, it's like, okay, we all know the story. We all know, we've all heard the stories. We've all seen the things, but like every episode, it digs a little bit deeper. Even with the last 2 episodes, it dug deeper into the gambling a little bit more than, a little bit more, but everybody kind of knew what that was.
Yeah.
I love the part with the Jordan rules, because the first book I read, as the first real sports book I read when I was 10 years old, was the Jordan Rule.
Mm-hmm.
I'll never forget it. My brother got it for Christmas. My brother was not even a Jordan fan. He was a Karl Malone guy. He loved Karl Malone.
Mm-hmm.
But he got the Jordan Rules as a Christmas gift book. And you're reading it at like 9, 10 years old. Like for me, he's like, okay, you're just reading the book. But when I got older, I understood. I sat down with Sam Smith a couple weeks when the Bulls came in last season. I had a chance to talk to Sam the first time, told him how great his book was, or how I read it cover to cover as a child.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like a 10-year-old kid reading it cover to cover, not really fully understanding what it was. I'm thinking it was because it's Jordan. So, you have this high pedestal, but when you read it when you're older, you're like, man, this is completely different than the Jordan that you see on commercials, but it shows that Mike's a human like everybody else.
Yeah,
he's not on this pedestal.
Yeah,
he's a person. He's a person. He puts on pants one leg at a time.
Mm-hmm.
It's the human aspect of it all.
Here's one thing I remember, and I remember getting a collector's book for Christmas one year, and a statement I'll never forget in reading it, which outlines the human aspect for me from Michael Jordan. He treasures the moments he has alone, either by himself or with his family. And he also said, and I quote, "I don't like walking around and feeling a million eyes on my skin," close quote. There's an outline right there of how precious Michael Jordan found life to be when he was not in the spotlight, which led to the commercial in 1993 that debuted during the World Championship Series about What If. That Nike commercial with Michael Jordan doing the What If.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, even watching The Last Dance, you saw it, episode 6. He's sitting on the couch before a game, just laying down.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just like, you guys kind of messed up. You kind of messed up by then before you showed up.
Mm-hmm.
But just knowing he was sitting there with a cigar in his hand, knowing he's about to score 40 on somebody.
Yeah.
It's like you just know. Enjoy the quiet moments before he scores 35, 40 on you. And how much he really just loved the piece of just being a human being.
Mm-hmm.
And you can even go back when they were talking about, the whole thing with Harvey Gantt, Jesse Helms, and how people wanted him to speak up. And his thing was, he wasn't one of those athletes that were speaking out on social justice.
Yep.
And,
he gets flack.
It rode along for a very, very long time about it.
And he gets flack for it. He gets flack for being himself. And still to this day, he gets flack for being himself.
And the thing is, it's like, with any athlete, especially an athlete with race involved in it, an athlete of color, the expectation is not only to be the best at what you do,
mm-hmm.
but also step up in every single part of the world in social and media,
yes.
and this and this and this, and put your hand in this area, that area, that area. Not every athlete's Muhammad Ali.
Right.
And to make every athlete of color be Muhammad Ali is unfair.
It is unfair.
Charles Barkley said it best. I'm not a role model.
Exactly. And I love Charles for that.
For every Charles Barkley, I love LeBron James.
Mm-hmm.
LeBron, off the court, LeBron James, he hits as many social issues as possible. But the sad part is, people don't give him the credit because he might miss a social injustice or two.
True.
But as many as he stepped out for, he gets more flack for the ones he doesn't step out for the ones that he does step out for.
Right. And that's so true. As much as I pick on LeBron James, fans, that I do recognize. He may miss one or two, but there's a lot that he did speak on, but he doesn't get the credit he deserves for speaking on the ones that he did speak on.
But the ones he doesn't speak on holds more weight than the ones he does speak on, which is kind of unfair.
It is unfair.
It's like, and not just sports in general, but it's anybody who's on the public eye.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a person of color, it's like you have to be on both sides. You have to play the social justice role.
Yep.
You have to be the greatest at what you do. All at the same time, you're still learning yourself. Like, Michael was going through, figuring out how to be a megastar.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay, I don't want to he doesn't want to make nobody mad. And the statement really was something that was taken out of context as he was riding on a bus with his teammates.
Yep.
He didn't come out. He didn't come out on 60 Minutes or say, "I'm not." Republicans buy shoes. It was on the bus. And it was taken, and he was ridiculed for it. But what he also said was, Mom, I understand, but I'm not going to support somebody I don't know.
Right.
What did he do afterwards? He gave him a check to support him.
Yep.
But that part was not said.
No.
Or if it was swept under the rug because he didn't give his endorsement. It's not fair. And you draw a line, and some people will be on one side, some people are like, you're never going to make everybody happy. You never will.
No.
So it's either you just don't say anything, either you go completely right or you go completely neutral.
Mm-hmm.
That's all you can do.
Yeah.
Either you go right and jump out for every single social injustice, You know, like I said, LeBron James does a great job of it. Colin Kaepernick does an outstanding job.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you have either you go completely right or you stay in the middle. Because the second you start going right, you got to go full right.
Yeah.
Because if you skip one issue,
they're going to hammer you for it.
They're going to hammer you for missing it. And like I said, it just showed the human part, and then all the parts of the gambling. He got tired. It wore him down.
It did.
Answering the same question every single day about something that he wasn't doing anything wrong.
No.
You know, Brian, we all have vices. If Jordan was gambling playing Fortnite on Xbox, would that be a problem?
No.
It's his money.
Right. He made his money. He made his money, so he's doing what he wants to do with it. And another point that's brought up that was said on television, but people don't want to repeat it. His ex-wife, his wife at the time was chief of finances in the household. She knew what was coming in and what was going out. So if you want to talk about you want to talk about gambling, you know, he knew what was going. He knew what he was doing.
Listen. It's the same people. Okay, Jordan's playing for $50,000 a hole. Listen, Jordan makes that in like 15 minutes.
He makes that in 12. He makes that in 12 minutes. All he has to do is go on the floor and show up, and he makes $50,000. All right.
It's like this. He can bet $10,000 a hole, right? And people get upset with him, but people go in the office and put $10 in an NCAA basketball pool
or a Super Bowl pool.
A Super Bowl squares pool, $10 per quarter.
Yes.
Like, what's the difference between us putting money on a Super Bowl pool than Michael Jordan playing golf?
Right.
Listen, he's not affecting nobody. It's his money. He's shooting jump. I'm not in the gym with Michael Jordan every single day.
Right.
I'm not getting beat up against the Pistons. I'm not drinking. Nobody's designing a shoe after me. I drink my Gatorade. I collect my upper deck cards. But McDonald's is not handing me a commercial for eating hamburgers. Right. I'm not in the movie with Space Jam with Bugs Bunny. Okay? Let that man do his thing. He's not hurting anybody. He wasn't doing it. But the fact of people put him so much on a pedestal, the second people have the impression that he's not doing something he's supposed to do when he's grown. He wasn't out there doing anything wrong. He was just having his bit of fun. The same people go to Las Vegas and Atlantic City and to go to the casino. He's one of those same people that go spend money on blackjack.
Yeah.
Just the only difference is that you go into a shoe store and people are waiting out the door for hours to buy a $130 pair of shoes in the morning. That's the only difference.
It's a big difference. That is a big difference. The Atlantic City gambling. I lived through the Sun-Times and the Tribune with that whole story. You know, he went to Atlantic City before Game 2. Bulls lost Game 2. Of course, they blamed the gambling for the Bulls not winning Game 2. What the Bulls do next? They win the next 4. Matter of fact, Michael Jordan came home Game 3, Memorial Day weekend, 1993, had a horrible shooting day, 3 for 18. Bulls won that game by 20. You know, he puts a media block on and says, I'm not talking to anybody. What's he do before Game 4? He torches John Starks for 54 points. And we all know Charles Smith, and we all know the fate of Charles Smith in Game 5 of that series.
Nick fans didn't want to see that. That was cringeworthy. Even to this day, it's still cringeworthy.
It is.
Watching Charles Smith literally attempt. I lost count how many layup attempts that was just completely foiled by Pippen, Jordan, and Horace Grant all at the same time. Yep. It was just like, I mean, I don't know what was more cringeworthy, him missing all his layups or even Patrick Ewing finger rolling in the playoffs.
You know what? It's a tie. It's a tie because Patrick Ewing was right at the bucket and no one was around him. Charles Smith was surrounded by shorter people. Charles Smith was surrounded by shorter people and still couldn't get a layup. He couldn't go up and tear the rim down and dunk it. That's what my friends and I talked about after that game in 1993 in Madison Square Garden. You know, why didn't Charles Smith
draw a foul? Do something. Call timeout. Do something.
And he had 2 timeouts. They had 2 timeouts to spare. That's the sad part. They had 2 timeouts to spare.
Timeout. Nobody. Go do a reverse layup. Do something. Go the other side of the hoop. Don't attempt to keep going in the same part.
He kept going to his left. He kept going to his left, and they were waiting on him. He got stripped by Horace, stripped by MJ, blocked twice by Scotty. 4 shots at the target, and they all went. And he went left every time.
And the thing was, at that point, you knew the series was over. At that point, there was no way the Knicks were coming back from that. They weren't.
Yep. There's no way they were winning in Chicago in Game 6. No way.
And the real interesting part, Brian, if we look at the episodes in the finals, the two series they had with the Blazers and the Suns.
Yes.
I feel like I know the story is about the Bulls, but the Blazers and Suns didn't go down like it showed. Like the Blazers had some fights in those games, and the Suns. Now they gave the Suns a little bit more credit than they gave the Blazers.
Yeah, they did.
Because the way you watch that film, it's like the Blazers got swept, and they didn't. They made the Blazers feel like they got swept.
You know why? Game 1. Game one
arguably is one of the most epic finals single-handed performances in the history of the NBA. I mean, like I said, Jordan had the finals winning that one.
Man, look, June of '92, Game 1. I had the NBC call on, and I had the Bulls call on with Neil Funk and Tom Borwinkle. We were all screaming in the house, and I had both the radio and the television on.
I mean, but the thing was, it was one of those magical moments. Like,
yes.
It's one of those moments in time that you're never going to forget. I mean, arguably is I think it's one of the 5 most iconic finals moments I can think of in my lifetime. I mean, Isaiah with the ankle in 88, playing on one leg.
Yep.
Isaiah again the Lakers with one leg.
Yeah. Yep. Game 6, 1988.
Yeah, he won. He beat the Lakers on one leg. It was like it solidified Isaiah's greatness at that moment. Jordan's 3 points in the finals. I know you're not going to give him credit for this for LeBron James's block in Game 7.
We'll talk about that later.
That entire Game 7.
We'll talk about that later.
In Oakland.
I'm kidding as I say that, but yeah, I'll give LeBron.
I said you're not going to like it, but it was an epic, legendary performance.
It was a hell of a block.
You go in.
Yep.
You go. We got the block, but you go into Golden State's building.
Yep.
In Game 7. And you hold Golden State, a team that scored 110, 112 points a game.
Yep.
Under 100 points.
To 89 points.
And then you basically, at the end of the game, you do what Tayshaun Prince had done in the playoffs years ago.
Chase down block.
Just erased. You erased a wide open game clinching layup.
Reggie Miller, I think, if I'm right, he chased down Tayshaun Prince chased down Reggie Miller. The same way LeBron chased down Andre Iguodala.
Breakaway dunk. It was a breakaway dunk.
And I still don't believe either of those feats. Fantastic. Both of those feats were fantastic. But man,
we can talk about Dirk in the finals. There have been so many legendary moments in the finals over the years.
Magic Johnson's junior hook, 87.
Well, we could talk 1980. We played
Magic Johnson,
position, including
1980 in Philadelphia.
We can talk about Magic. We can talk about you play all the positions: the water boy, the organ player, the ticket taker. He's also the referee. He's also
the only position Magic didn't play was the PA announcer because Dave Zinkoff had rights to that.
No, he did. He did because Mike had to go to the bathroom before the Sixers were announced. But Magic played every position in that game. There are just moments in time where greatness happens. I mean, like you said, the hook shot with Magic, in the finals with, like I said, we could talk hours about that. But like as far as The Last Dance goes, it's like, the only real interesting thing that I got from the last episodes, well, of course, Jordan always found an edge. It reminded even go back to Kobe in episode 5. Jordan was like, Kobe got so much from Michael, but one of the things Kobe also got was Jordan's ability to find something on the other team to motivate
you.
To basically go into destroy mode.
Hey, LeBradford Smith, remember anything about that?
We hear from him again. He got canceled like a show on the WB in the 90s. At that point. I mean, the Bradford Smith. But remember, see, the thing was, I didn't know that Dan Marley was a guy that Jerry Krause had a high opinion on.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan seek and destroyed him in the finals. Like, it was like Jordan saw something and just completely went to another level.
Yep.
Kobe did the same thing, but it was like I didn't know about I didn't know Dan Marley was on Jordan's target eye hit list.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I remember, like I said, even going back to episodes 5, the whole Tony Kukoc thing, which I still think is one of the most amazing things ever. And
Yep.
hearing those guys tell the story of, there was like MJ and Scotty got him the whole game. It was like they tag team Tony Kukoc. I still remember that game.
Man.
NBC Sports Network had showed that game, I want to say a couple weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
The takeout game. I call it the takeout game.
It is.
Because they systematically just took out Tony Kukoc to prove 8 points. I think Scotty Lamb is scoring that game.
Yep, he did. He did.
But I'll give Tony Kukoc this. He showed a lot of heart in that gold medal game. They lost by 30, but he had a really, really good game in that second one.
Yep, he did. And he was
he
vital part. He was a vital part of the second three-peat. A very vital part of the second three-peat because they meshed together so well 5 years after the takeout game. You talk about a player that not only was desired by Jerry Krause, but became necessary by the rest of the Bulls. That was Tony Kukoc.
Well, I think Tony got the respect of that team in that playoff series when he was hitting that season when Mike was out and he was hitting those game-winning shots, and he emerged as a guy, as you said, it was much needed. And MJ knew that. Scotty saw it firsthand. Michael needed him.
Mm-hmm.
They needed Dennis. But we're talking about 6 episodes in Snowman, but if you watch the silhouettes they show all the players, I haven't seen Steve Kerr since episode 2. Where's Steve Kerr in all this?
I think they're saving, my opinion, I think they're saving Steve Kerr. You'll see Steve Kerr.
Episode 7?
Probably.
Oh, they're going to talk about the infamous punch in practice.
You never know. But like I said, I lived through The Last Dance. When that story came out in the Sun Times, where Michael Jordan punched Steve Kerr, my initial reaction was he's going to trust him later. And my parents thought I was nuts. My dad looked at me and he wanted to ask a question, but he didn't. My mother said, how is he going to trust somebody that he punched in practice? I said, Mom, this is a practice. Wait until a game's on the line and Michael has to trust somebody. And then she saw Game 6 in 1997.
So what was the point of punching Will? Did he trust Will Perdue because he two-pieced him in practice too?
He did, yeah. He had to force players to earn his respect, either by physical violence or by verbal violence. Because he tore some players. Because he verbally tore some players up.
And here's the one thing I don't want to see in episode 7 and 8. I don't really want him to go into baseball. I really don't. That's a horse that has been beaten up so much. I know you might have to touch on it because he's retiring.
Yep.
But I hope they don't spend 30 minutes on the baseball part. I really don't want to see much of the baseball part.
You've will tell you ESPN 3 words.
Behind 30 for 30. There's an article done on it. We've done Michael on the bus already. I don't need any more of that. Okay, I'm completely happy. You touch on it, show him in baseball, show Scotty's should have been MVP season. Mm-hmm. I'm all for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I do not want to see a story. I don't want to see 20, 30 minutes about Jordan being on a bus.
Okay.
If it is, I might actually turn the channel.
But listen, who's airing the documentary?
I know ESPN's doing this. I know Jordan has a part in this.
Okay. My only response, as we come up on a break, my only response is 3 words. Consider the source.
Listen, I get it. There's over also was 100 hours of footage that they got from the final season. I think I've seen like 12 minutes of it. Okay, I need to see more footage from '98. Now, I know you're about to go into a break, but Snowman, as you go into the break, I want you to think about this for a second. How great was that Eastern Conference locker room before the '98 All-Star game when they were talking about Kobe Bryant?
I'm still crying. Does that answer your question? Does that answer your question, sir?
It's the reason that when you're in locker rooms, like those the conversations are had in those locker rooms, but to see all those players just talking about 20-year-old Kobe Bryant and what he was going to do.
Yep.
Besides being completely comical, because Jordan said this guy's going to he doesn't care about defense. He's going to shoot every single time.
Yep.
And you see Penny Hardaway's expression on his face, like, oh God, here we go. You see Reggie Miller, you see Steve Smith, and then as soon as all this happens, Magic Johnson comes in with his Laker colored tie on, and him and Larry and Magic. That is, to me, I want to see more moments like that. I want to see more interaction in the locker room.
Yes,
I love when they were sitting there talking. Jordan playing quarters with the what he called the Jordanaires. You see Randy Brown getting the ticket for Michael. Say it's like a golden ticket. I want to see more of that in the final 4 episodes.
I want to.
I get the backstory.
Yep.
I just want to see more of what we could never.
The locker room interactions are fantastic. The locker room interactions are fantastic. All right, running a little overboard here, but I'm going to have you back next week to talk more about The Last Dance and if the NBA should come back or will come back. Will you join me next week, my friend?
Hey, listen, same bat time, same bat channel.
You got it. Thank you, Danny Thompson. A break, and then more after this.
I can't do it. We'll do it live. Okay. Do it live! I'll write it and we'll do it live!
Time to rise and grind.
Are you kidding me? Holy on smoke!
And let's get this banter going.
It's bacon!
This is Snowman in the Morning.
Does anybody else feel like a fried egg?
And it begins now.
I want you to get up now. I want all of you to get up out of your chairs. I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell,
I think I just broke my chair.
He did what?
Has anybody ever told you you have a serious impulse control problem?
There is but one cause for me to follow. Almighty the Bum!
And here we go.
Oh, yeah!
hit pretty well and pretty deep to left. Gardner is going back, looking up. See you later!
You golden blank staggered black skeleton of bliggity brick bunker, you trying to do? Of all that low dirty...
Michael on the drive across the lane. Turnaround shot. Got it. 63 for Jordan.
Do you believe it?
Murphy picked out of midair to Amani. Set him up. Roenick. Hartland. Jeremy Roenick. After the giveaway was forced by Amani. What a play by Tony Amani. And Jeremy Roenick fired it home at the 123 mark. And the Blackhawks have come back from the dead in this series.
Hour 3. All right, all you NBA junkies, let me get a couple things off my chest. First of all, the podcast that yours truly dropped recently, where a lot of people claimed that I was complaining about LeBron James, I wasn't. I was just stating facts. I don't use stats to watch games anymore. Well, I never used them in the first place. I use my eyes, and I know what I've seen over the years as far as LeBron is concerned. And I'll say it again. I never said he wasn't a fantastic athlete. He is indeed a fantastic athlete. He's a fantastic athlete. He's just an incomplete basketball player. I've said it for the entire time he's been in the league. And some people will come to me and say, well, you can't complain about what he's doing in year 17. Well, no, but I can say he's still an incomplete player. And some people want to bring to me his basketball IQ. I question some of that. His skills, I don't question, but he needs to refine a few, and he should have refined a few. Like, I don't know, a post game. Like, I don't know, a jump shot. But that's not what this is about. The second point I want to make for all you Laker fans, and I want y'all to listen to me very, very carefully. And I will preface by saying this is my opinion. Okay? This is my opinion. Sharif Ahmed will join me later to expand on this opinion. And the opinion is as follows. Anthony Davis is a one-year Laker. A one-year rental. Now, granted, he has not played an entire season since he's been in the league, and that was my chief complaint about him. But Anthony Davis is a basketball player. Anthony Davis is one hell of a basketball player. And the Lakers made the mistake of getting him 1 year too early. And after this year completes, whenever it does complete, it's going to be 1 year too late. Because I am of the thinking and I am of the opinion that Anthony Davis is going home. And when I say home, I mean he's going home to Chicago. The free throw he hit to end the All-Star game, that kind of did it for me. That kind of sealed it, seeing him on the United Center floor. And you should have known that LeBron James was going to pick Anthony Davis as his teammate for the All-Star game. Hell, they're Laker teammates. That should have been, that should have been obvious. But I still say Anthony Davis, after this year completes, is going home to Chicago to help the Bulls. Now that the Bulls have finally made some personnel changes in the office, I don't have a reason to think that he won't go to Chicago. I mean, it would take another coach, you know. It would take a coach that can manage all the egos that are going to be there. But the Bulls have some cap space to work with. They also have a very young lineup. Kobe White, Lauri Markkanen, Zach LaVine. And I've heard reports that Zach LaVine wants to leave and that Lauri Markkanen wants to leave. But hear me out here. Put the right coach in place. Put the right general management in place that wants to win. And they'll stay in a heartbeat. I mentioned Sharif Ahmed will join me here in a few minutes, but he threw 3 names of who could be coaches. And I don't want to give everything he spoke about away, but one of the names that I will mention that I think would be a perfect fit for the Chicago Bulls is J.B. Bickerstaff. J.B. Bickerstaff has the lineage. He's got the coaching lineage with Bernie Bickerstaff. It would take him molding a team like that for an entire season. Hear me out. It would take him molding a team like that for an entire season, a full season, for him to really prove what he's worth. Now, there are other coaches out there that have championship pedigrees, but I want J.B. Bickerstaff to be the coach of the Bulls so he can build his own championship pedigree, not just be called in to repair the damages that another coach left behind because the general manager or the management of said team pulled the rug out from under him. No. I want Bickerstaff to get a full season. I want him to get a full season with a team, molded in his image, have them learn the basics. You're looking at probably a 2 to 3 year process if you bring Bickerstaff in. Because this is the problem that I've had with LeBron. You want a team to go through progression also. If they overachieve, they overachieve. But imagine J.B. Bickerstaff coaching that team and having Anthony Davis as his centerpiece. Now, you're talking about a guy that's going to be in his 9th season, and you want him to get healed. And with no Olympics being around, there's no Olympics this year. It's been postponed to 2021. There is a big opportunity for the Bulls. But they have to pitch one hell of a package to Anthony Davis. And they got the package behind him. Just show him the Chicago skyline. Just say, come home. I really feel Anthony Davis is coming home. And a couple people have said to me, I'm in touch with Laker management and they're going to sign him. No, they won't. They'll sign everybody but Anthony Davis. This is my theory. This is my working theory. They'll pay attention to Rajon Rondo. They'll pay attention to Danny Green. And they'll pay attention to LeBron James. They won't pay any attention to Anthony Davis. Do you know what they have to pay him this year? If Anthony Davis would have stayed in New Orleans, he could have been the first $300 million player. Let me say that again. If Anthony Davis would have stuck it out in New Orleans when he really became a free agent, which would have been 2021, he could have signed anywhere for $6 and over $300 million, the 6 being the years. But the Lakers are not going to make that offer. They got half of that tied into LeBron. They got half of that money tied into LeBron already, not to mention Danny Green and Rajon Rondo. Not to mention they also have to find somewhere to put Kyle Kuzma. Not to mention they have to get the right teammates and the right players around LeBron for that team to really succeed. And for you guys that think, oh, the Lakers are going to win the championship this year, I don't think so. I don't think so. It's feast or famine when it comes to these Lakers. They feast on the lower-rated teams, and they famine against the good teams. Anthony Davis didn't want any part of that. And why am I suggesting he come home to the Bulls? Well, one, he's from Chicago. And two, it will be a perfect fit for him. He can be a leader. He can talk to the young guys. He can get them situated. And he can play his natural position, which is his back to the basket. Now, he can be a stretch 4 and a stretch 5 all day long. He's got the range. But I think you would put him in the post and make him the closest thing to a center that we have in the NBA today. We'll just have to see what will happen. I got more on this. I'm going to pause for a break, and then I'll bring in Sharif Ahmed to talk NBA. And I got some more guests for you later on in the program. Back in a flash.
This is Snowman in the Morning, where true sports talk lives.
He did what? I did not need to be told that.
Now, I may have made people a lot mad when I gave my opinion of The Last Dance a couple weeks ago. And people asked me, have you watched The Last Dance? Like I said, leading off this hour, no, I haven't. But if you also listen, you understand why. I grew up during the Jordan era. I lived in Chicago during the Jordan era when there was Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Abdul-Jabbar, James Worthy, Alex English, Julius Erving, and people that actually played basketball. I grew up during the time where Robert Horry was acquiring 7 championship rings, which is more than Jordan's 6, so Horry deserves a higher place than Jordan if you want to look at rings. True. Matter of fact, Robert Horry and Bill Russell are the only two to have at least 7 rings. MJ is one of only 2 players to have 6. Know who the other one was? Scottie Pippen. Now, to all those people who don't think I know my basketball, take that and shut up. And with that, I hear Sharif Ahmed laughing, so I'm going to bring him back on right now. How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing good. I didn't need to watch The Last Dance. I heard all of the controversies. I heard all of the trade scenarios, including trading Scottie Pippen after winning the 1991 championship. But ESPN could have done a better job of detailing how important Scottie Pippen was. And I knew the fault was at the hands of Jerry Krause. Now, here's another reason why I'm not going to watch The Last Dance. Aside of living it, What's the network that's putting this documentary on?
ESPN.
Which causes me to say 3 words. Consider the source.
Well, the one thing I do, or I wish that they should touch on, is the acquisition of Tony Kukoc.
They're not going to do that. they may do that toward the end.
Well, I hope so, because the thing about Tony Kukoc was that the fact that he got drafted, I think, in 91, 92.
Yep.
But he had to honor a contract back overseas.
Mm-hmm. With Croatia.
And Jordan and Pippen did not like that draft pick, if you do remember.
No,
because Tony Kukoc played. He was between. I call it the 3.5, 4.
Yeah, he was a tweener. He was a tweener.
He was. You can play him at the shooting guard, or you can play him at the small or even power forward if you wanted to. But they felt threatened by that pick, and the reason I think that there's a little bit of animosity because Jerry Krause drafted him.
Yep.
And they did not need a player like him at that time, which later on down the line they needed him.
Oh yeah. But at the time, you can understand their argument. They had the complete team. They had everybody in the position they needed to. For the second three-peat, Tony Kukoc was not only adored but necessary.
Yes. You're absolutely right. And to kind of fast forward the story, in the 1992 Olympics, Croatia played the Dream Team in the gold medal match.
And the Dream Team smacked them.
Well, not just other than smacking them, Jordan and Pippen told Chuck Daly is that we are the only two that are going to guard him the entire game.
Yep. I remember that.
And the thing is that he had difficulty against Jordan.
Oh, yeah.
But it was more difficult for Pippen because when Pippen would guard him, if you remember the game, Pippen, the majority of the time, would either full court press him 75% of the length of the court or was with him the entire time, full court.
Yeah.
And I don't even think he scored, and if he did, he probably scored under maybe 5 points. It was just they wanted to send a message to him that he was not needed,
right?
And they wanted to send a message to Krause and telling him you made a mistake.
Yeah, and both messages were sent flawlessly in that gold medal game. But I'll say it again, and you said it, and you said it already. He not only was adored during the second three-peat, but also necessary because the opponents that the Bulls played during the second three-peat, the Seattle Supersonics and the Utah Jazz, had something Tony Kukoc provided on defense: length.
Yes. And on top of that, he can shoot from a distance. He can stretch the defense out. And if you really want to get down to the nitty-gritty, you probably know the date on this one. I think it was the year that Jordan was in retirement that year, and Phil Jackson drew up a play for Kukoc instead of Pippen.
1994, remembered well.
And all of a sudden, they drew up that play, and Kukoc I think he dropped a running three, a runner. I don't know what it was. I remember.
Yeah.
And he dropped it.
Yeah.
And won the game.
Yeah.
And that's why he was brought to the Bulls.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a moment. That was you remember it well.
Yes, I do. I watched it live. And then it just seemed like after then, Scottie Pippen got the point. He got the point. As a matter of fact, he got 2 points. One, this is why we brought Tony Kukoc here. And two, I sorely need MJ. And that's not to say Scottie Pippen's not a leader, because he's not. Scottie Pippen, at that point, just recognized what his role was. He just recognized what his role was. And that's to take the pressure off of MJ. Could Scottie Pippen have led his team if someone else had drafted him? Absolutely. But in many interviews, and you've heard him, Scottie Pippen said, I'm playing with MJ over anybody else, which leads to this. And you're going to love what I'm going to say next. Shannon Sharpe, will you please shut your mouth?
Oh, God. I just don't understand. Okay, first, before we talk about this for a moment,
this is why I said consider this. This is why I said consider the source when I asked you who was airing the documentary. This is exactly why I said that.
Shannon Sharpe will forever be a player dear to me, to my Ravens. If it weren't for him, we would not have beaten the Titans. In the divisional, we would not have beaten the Raiders in the AFC Championship. I think.
Right.
I think Shannon Sharpe scored like a
96-yard touchdown to open. And that was on a 3rd and 18. That was on a 3rd and 18. I remember that.
Yeah. Yes, and that was the only touchdown scored in that game, and I love him to death.
Yep.
All I have to say about Shannon Sharpe, and again, I love him to death, if LeBron James was a stripper pole, that's all I got to say.
But he ain't the only one. But wait a minute. But he's not the only one. He's not the only one.
Oh, but he's the loudest one.
One of the loudest ones, Nick Wright.
Nick Wright's another one, too. And I'm going back and forth with my friends and my family on my social media. They're saying that LeBron's a better all-around player. Stats don't mean jack, and this, and that. And
Wait a minute. Hold on. Time out. This says, hold the phone. Stop. Penalty flag on the field. Your friends and family on social media are saying stats don't mean jack. You mean these Bronomaniacs are saying stats don't mean jack? Here's a question. How come when the argument comes up between LeBron and MJ, we use what we saw and the Bronomaniacs use stats to make their argument?
I totally agree, and you have seen these posts that they have that they put on the page and the back and forth. I go with these people.
Oh dear God!
It's like, and this is my analogy. How can you praise? And we're talking about championships, which is relevant in all professional sports. It's all about the championships.
Yes, it is.
How can you have a losing record in the NBA Finals? How can you shoot under 40% when you are needed to perform at the highest level? I don't understand that. And another thing, they try to say, well, if Robert Horry had 7 rings, he should surpass Michael. The only thing Robert Horry has on Michael Jordan is 7 rings.
That's
and
it.
He got the 7th ring with the San Antonio Spurs, yo.
Yep.
So when he was on the Spurs, he was serviceable at that. And the one thing that people remember were 2 plays. I forgot what game it was, where he pump faked. Ben Wallace drove to the lane and dunked it on someone.
And rammed it on. That was Game 5, and it was 2005. That was Game 5 and
Game 4.
Yep, it was Game 5 in 2005 in the Palace of Auburn Hills. The second play, and I know where you're going. The worst thing you can do, and you're a basketball referee, so you know when I'm about to say it, you can complete this sentence. The worst play, the most dangerous person on an inbounds play is the player bringing the ball inbounds.
Yes. You're absolutely correct. And he was left wide open. That's why they call him Big Shot Bob. But that argument is that they only bring that argument because they have nothing else. All I have to say is this. We're going to see a Kobe Bryant documentary here in a couple of years. God rest his soul.
Oh, man.
Then we're going to see all the Kobe fans go nutso on that. And when LeBron retires, he's going to have his own documentary, and they're going to make this into a freaking spectacle, and they're all going to start finger pointing and say, oh, yeah, that's why he's the best of greatest of all time.
Yep.
That's why he's better than Jordan. Listen, y'all, LeBron is not winning another title.
Nope.
Period. He's not going to win another one.
He's not.
He might get to one, but he will not win one. Or better yet, with the West now going to be stacked even more next year, it's not going to happen. We can talk about that some other time, but the Western Conference is going to be stacked.
That Western Conference is going to be that Western Conference is going to be overloaded, because I still believe in the rumor that I put out that one of two available big men will come to Golden State, and they won't.
We already touched on it. Yep.
And here's the second part to that. And I started thinking about this when one of my buddies got a hold of me off the air. They won't have to give up Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins is in a perfect spot. Here's what I mean. Steve Kerr's the head coach. He'll teach the offense. You know who their defensive coordinator is? Mike Brown.
Ooh. That's right. He's been there forever, too.
And he ain't going anywhere. They're not taking the defensive clipboard out of his hands. They're not taking the defensive clipboard out of his hands. And I'll put another rumor out there. Okay? One of two big men will head to Golden State after they finally get enough sense to call this season, and all the Brownomaniacs come out saying, oh, well, this coronavirus prevented LBJ from winning his fourth title. Look, he still trailed Jordan and Robert Horry and Bill Russell in titles, all right? Shut up. There's a possibility that Kawhi Leonard could change zip codes within the state of California.
I don't know about that, but that was something I would like to hear about. I think the Clippers are in a great spot.
The Clippers are set. Deep. The Clippers are set for the next 3 seasons. I'm having a little fun with this because I don't think it's going to happen with Kawhi Leonard. But with the other two players that we talked about before, one of them is coming to Golden State within this summer. I feel it.
We'll see.
If it don't happen this summer, it's going to happen next summer. And if it doesn't happen this summer, don't be surprised if the Warriors keep their pick and snatch James Wiseman out of Memphis. Put James Wiseman with Mike Brown and have Mike Brown teach him a little NBA old school defense. James Wiseman will be a 7-foot version of Dennis Rodman.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, there's going to be a lot of teams that's going to want that pick.
Yeah, I know.
And that pick is a golden ticket, and then they're going to have Steph healthy, Clay healthy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they can build, a bunch of the younger players that stepped up last year.
Yep.
They got a lot of minutes under their belt, so they have a lot of experience. Those guys are going to get stronger.
Oh, yeah.
All they got to do is add a couple mid-level pieces and then a blockbuster trade, and we're back to where we were 2-3 years ago.
And we're going to get back to that by the time this summer is over. The Golden State Warriors will be in position to rule the NBA again. And it's going to happen sooner than later. Within 2 seasons, all the hatred will come back toward Golden State because the Warriors were laying in the weeds. And as we talked about earlier with our football conversation during hour 1, they're going to make the right moves. Not just to make a move, but they're making the right moves. Andrew Wiggins didn't pan out in Cleveland. He didn't pan out in Minnesota. I will lay you a bet, and it's going to be a food bet because I don't bet like that he'll pan out in Golden State with that coaching staff on him. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Yeah.
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and I don't mind. But Andrew Wiggins is in the perfect spot. I really believe he's in the perfect spot right now.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, too.
We're having fun talking basketball here on the program. Sharif Ahmed joins me. He's going to start joining me each week talking all kinds of sports. And once this pandemic is lifted, once it stops, the coverage is going to get even deeper because I'm going to get his referee takes as well and explaining the rules so we can bring a little old school basketball back. A pause for a break, and when I come back, a friend named Ronald Agers will join me to talk not only, well, he's just going to talk some more basketball with me. Stick around. Got more for you in a flash.
This is Snowman in the Morning, where true sports talk lives.
He did what? I did not need to be told that.
We are rolling right along here on the program. Thank y'all for joining us. So I'm going to go off the board a little bit. I had a very wonderful guest, and her daughter joined me for a team interview. And I said, well, when can I get you back on the show? And she says, I'm ready anytime you want. Who do you want to join me this time? So, of course, me being who I am, I said, bring your husband. Let's really get down to some business. Shirley Walker King and her husband Vince are now here. How are you guys?
Hello, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing absolutely fabulous. It's great to have you guys on, and I'll tell you what, you guys talking marriage in a podcast, sign me up, please.
We can do that.
That's the least we can do. I mean, we haven't stayed married this long not to be able to talk about it.
So true. So many of my friends followed when I got married last June, and it's been, I got to be honest, part of it's been a struggle because we're just getting used to North Carolina, but outside of that, I can't do anything without my Dr. K next to me. I mean, it's a team effort. It truly is.
That's right. And that's what I always tell folks. I mean, it's like it's a business. You know what I mean? Being in a marriage is a business. So you always have to consult with your partner pretty much on things that you do, and sometimes, we got married a lot at a young age. So, at that time it was guys making fun of you,
being 22, 23 years old, of course, Vincent can't do this, can't do that.
Right.
But I always kind of consulted with my wife with things. So I, kind of didn't care about that. And not to just say everything was smooth. Of course, we had our ups and downs, but I kind of got it after a minute of a couple bumps upside the head. I got it.
Nothing that left a permanent mark. He's okay, folks. He's okay, okay?
Figuratively speaking, okay?
I understand.
And I think there's a statute of limitation. He can't press charges now anyway.
Because A, y'all have been married too long, and B, there are kids that are turn up as witnesses and say, look, he did this and I can prove it. And I mean this jokingly, of course, being not only a husband but also a parent, but your kids will look at you and look at the husband and say, yep, he did it. And running joke that my wife and I do all the time. And you got to have humor in a marriage. You absolutely have to. So one of the running jokes that my wife and I do, and we do it all the time, if something happens where she drops something or something accidentally breaks, she'll just walk by me and say, it's your fault, right? And that's been our running joke for the 2 years we've been together.
Yeah. That's just something us men have to deal with, okay? I get that too. It's my fault. And, my daughter and wife will look at each other and shrug their shoulders like, what? Yeah, it's your fault. Okay.
We have that thing that we women can always go to default on and say, hey, you're the man of the house. It's your fault.
It's so true. Like I said, my wife teases me all the time with it. And, something will happen in the house. I could be, and Vince, I know you've gone through this. I could be on the other side of the house doing something completely different. And, my Dr. K just walk by me and she'll show me, something she dropped and she just goes, this is your fault, right? And my brain's thinking, how? I'm on the other side of the house. Now I just look at her and go, I didn't do this one. She says, yes, you did. And I can prove it. I said, all right, prove it. And then she'll go, I don't have to prove it. And we'll both just start laughing.
Hey, like you said, you have to keep the humor.
You have to.
You definitely have to laugh, especially in these times. So, we just find any little thing and we can kind of laugh at it and keep the peace.
She's also my producer. She just yelled in my ear. She goes, I'm always right and you're always wrong. And I'm sitting there laughing about it because again, and it brings up a very important point that we talk about all the time. You have to keep the humor in the relationship. You absolutely have to, because if you don't, the relationship will erode very quickly.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. And one of the things I think that people struggle with the most when they go into a relationship is at the beginning is because you're two separate individual people.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have to learn how to merge your relationship into one.
Mm-hmm.
And as an individual, we always want to be what? We always want to be right.
Right.
No matter what, you want to be the one who's the last woman or man standing. You want to be the one who was right. You want to be the one who knew the most.
Mm-hmm.
And in a relationship, and this goes more for the women than the men, sometimes I have to tell them, you have to decide, do you want to be right or do you want to be happy?
Yeah, and
pick one.
I decided.
Pick your battles.
Yeah, I decided I want to be happy, and after I met my Dr. K, I have been truly happy for the 2 years we've been together and the almost a year that we've been married. And it's not just about sense of humor; it's about a very simple / complex / most important thing in a relationship. A little word we like to call communication.
That's it. Communication, that's key.
It is key because she and I talk about everything, and people think I exaggerate when I say this. I'm not exaggerating. We talk and discuss everything. We talk everything out, and you have to talk everything out with your partner, because if you can't talk everything out with your partner, then who the hell are you going to talk it out to? It just doesn't fit.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah, that works. Like if you can't say that your partner is your best friend, and in the sense of not if that's the person that you're going to go get your hands and nails and everything done with, but if you can't say your partner is the best friend, then your relationship is not at a point where it should have been a marriage.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That is so true, because if you can't talk everything out, then there's your first problem. I've had people ask me all the time, how can you guys, even for the short time that you guys have been together, how can you guys smile most of the time? I said, I talk to her about everything, and I trust her enough, and vice versa, and she trusts me enough to, lean on each other. The biggest thing is, with the communication, you also lean on each other. Good times, bad times, whatever time it is. When you have that, you have a very solid foundation.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's right. And like I said, you know your partner. You kind of get a vibe from them. If something, they don't even have to say it. You just know something's not right. You know what I mean? So I think that's a big thing. I can just tell when something's bothering her, and sometimes she'll need a minute to, for whatever it might be. But I just know. I mean, we'll kind of hash it out, and she'll let me in on what's going on. But you just know your partner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's it. You just know your partner.
It's so true when they need to talk to you. And something that I have been taught by my wife, she says it all the time. She says, sometimes I don't need you to fix anything. Sometimes I just need you to listen. And that was one of the most important things I had to learn with her. That's one of the most important things that I had to learn, because as men in this society, we're taught, and it's ingrained in us, okay, something's wrong with your partner, you have to fix it. No, sometimes they just need to get some stuff off their chest, and you just need to listen. That's a part I'm still learning, and I've gotten better at it. Will I ever be perfect at it? No, and I don't want to be. But when I get the clue and I see the look in her eyes, okay, I'm just going to shut up and I'm going to let her talk.
Yeah, we did a post. When was that? Wednesday last week.
Yeah.
And that's our number 10 was listen more and talk less.
Yes.
And that's exactly what we talked about. Sometimes your partner don't want you to say a word. Just listen. They'll let you know, if they want you to chime in, but just be quiet and listen.
Was it tough when you guys got together at such a young age to really, really trust each other with decisions? I mean, was it how tough was it for you guys to trust each other with decisions and start making them together?
Ooh,
I wouldn't say it was tough for me coming from a two-parent household. For me, it wasn't tough because I saw how my mother handled her marriages, and I'll put Jiz because she's been married more than once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, I think 5.
Mm-hmm.
Like Elizabeth Taylor. Elizabeth Taylor-ish.
Shirley Ann Jackson Coleman, Locke Johnson Sherwood knows how to get married. Y'all not gonna talk about my mother. But the one thing that my mother did instill in me was marriage was important. And yes, she was a strong, independent woman, but she also showed me that a strong, independent woman also needs a man to support her and be with her at all times. She needs that. That's what God intended this world and this relationship how to work.
Absolutely.
So man needs woman, woman needs man. So I did learn that from my mother, and I also learned how to share in decision making with my spouse because of how I saw my mother operate.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a challenge in the beginning because you are so independent. When I met my husband, we met in California, technically Tijuana partying, but that's a whole nother story. So we'll just skip the over the border part. We'll just talk about stateside part for now. So we met, like you said, young. I was already independent and had been living on my own since I was 18 because my mother left California, moved back to Texas the month I graduated high school. So I was living on my own. I worked for a prison system, so I knew what I wanted, how I wanted, what I wanted to do, and I knew what I didn't want. So when I finally met Vince, and I think I had been in a couple of relationships where I was like, look, I have to be able to let my guard down, and I'm still working on that, but to be able to trust somebody and allow them to help lead my direction. And for Vincent being in the military, and Vincent is an only child born and raised in Cleveland, Ohio, raised by a strong, independent woman who didn't play yet either. I think he was able to learn how to work around my rough edges and not do that I am man beat on my chest thing, like, woman, listen to me. I think he knew early on that wasn't going to be the way that he was going to get to my heart or allow me to let down my walls. So as we dated a little longer and, we found out we were going to be expecting a baby and I didn't have the flu. Because I tell you, Corona was around in 1992. They just didn't tell you guys. I had all the symptoms.
Hey, being from Chicago, there is truth to every part of that sentence.
Right.
That's correct.
So yeah, it was I think a little easier for me, and I'll let Vincent speak on that, because he was an only child. I think once he realized he had someone else depending on him making the best decisions, I think that's where he had to kind of pull in from his lifestyle and upbringing. How do we do this, and how do we do this together?
Yeah, and like I said, us being young, military, so kind of, and we talk about this and laugh about it now. She would always say, like, her strategy was, and we would go on deployments, we would have to literally leave for 6 months. And then when we came back stateside, of course, all the fellas want to hang out. So what she would always do was, okay, everybody come over here. They'll always know the King's house. So we would always cook out. So I wouldn't really want to go out and hang out with the guys. So I can just bring everybody over. We cook out, and just everybody knew the Kings. They can come and get fed well. So that was like her little strategy that she kind of put me onto that later. I'm like, you know what? That was pretty good. that worked out. That kept me from wanting to hang out. And, at 22 years old, we just bring everybody over, a lot of single people on the ships, and we would always cook and kind of like we had the place where everybody wanted to come and kind of away from home, and they got home cooked meals and things of that sort.
Shirley Walker.
But it was a little more difficult for me, like you said, adjusting, being the only child. So it was more difficult for me to adjust, I would say.
Shirley Walker King and Vince King joining me, talking all parts of marriage, good, bad, ugly, whatever. I got so many questions in my head, and as I said, I will be in June entering my second year of marriage. Y'all have been doing this a long time. I gotta pose this, and this is for both of you. When did you know that Vince to Shirley? When did you know that she would be the one for you? How did you? What was the bell that went off and said, "Okay, she's going to be here, and she's going to be around for me, and she's going to support me"? When did you know that she was the one?
That's for me, to Shirley. For me. Oh, wow. Man. And it's funny because I always told myself that I wasn't doing this. Especially when I was in the military, and that was literally my first duty station. So I didn't even make it to the second duty station. So I don't know what I was thinking. So I guess God said, I have other plans for you, sir.
Yes.
But I don't know. I guess just us hanging out and talking, and we used to go out to parties and see each other, and we would always just meet up, and it's just something when they say
yeah.
And I just knew if I was to leave California, it just didn't feel right. I just knew it was her. It's just funny. It just seems like I just knew. I just knew from just conversations. I just knew she was going to be the one that I really wanted to be with.
Shirley, same question to you. How'd you know Vince was the one?
For me, I think, and both of us were in that same boat where we both were kind of dating and young, and I'd always pictured myself with children, but it's ironic that I had never really pictured a husband.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't grow up thinking of the ideal wedding, of, planning a wedding and walking down the aisle and picking out a wedding dress. I didn't do that. And it's not that I wasn't a girly girl, because I was. Although I played basketball, I was the girl who went to the game dressed up. So it wasn't that, because some people try and say that, if you're a tomboy, you don't really think about that stuff. But I wasn't a tomboy as much as I was just, an active girl. But I didn't picture marriage per se. But for Vincent, he was different for me. And, like I said, I grew up in San Diego, California, so I had been dating since I probably was 16, dating guys, whether my mom knew about it or not. But I think one of the first, when we met, Vincent said he saw me first. Vincent saw me before I saw him. Let me give a little background. But his friend approached me before he did. And so that whole weekend in California, if anybody's from California, they know you can party from Sunday to Sunday. They were having an event that next day, and we all went to a beach party, and, his friend was still trying to talk to me and wanted to give me his jacket so that I wouldn't be cold. And I was like, no, I don't want your jacket. For one, I don't want you branding me. There's too many ouches out here. Hold on now. But Vincent and I really didn't connect until that night, I think, when we went out to a club. And so we were talking, and I just liked the way that he had a conversation with you. Mm-hmm. He actually wanted to get to know you. It wasn't just about collecting phone numbers and, just trying to see whose pants he can get in. And if it was, his game wasn't obvious. I'll put it that way. And as he mentioned, he was in the military, so they had to go out to sea for 30 days, like maybe 2 weeks after we met.
Yeah.
And then Vincent actually got in trouble maybe right after you guys come back from that deployment. So this was within like the 60 days, within 90 days, I didn't see him for at least 60. But Vincent, and he didn't know where I lived, but he somehow got my address, and this was before social media and internet.
Yeah.
And he sent me a card from home because he had to go home for an emergency leave for something. And that's when I was like, okay, he is definitely something different and something new. And I kind of knew I just knew he was special. Yeah. Didn't necessarily know he was going to be the one, but I knew he was special.
I tell you what, with me, when I met Jody, we met in July of 2018, and I was a month away from beginning my new broadcast season. And it took till week 3 of that season. It was a Saturday afternoon when I called her, and I heard I was in the booth doing a football game. And I said, you know what? I'm going to have a little fun. Now, folks, this is one of the few times I will share this. And guys will be inventive to a point. And I said, I've never made a first call to a young lady I was interested in while on the air. I told myself, and Vince, you identify, you keep telling yourself, guys keep telling themselves, I'm not going to do this. I looked at her number and I said, screw it. I dialed her number, opened the phone, and I put it in my headset, and then I heard her voice. I finished 2 play-by-play sequences, and I heard her laugh. And it's the strangest thing. When I heard her laugh, my stomach did a flip-flop because there were butterflies in it, and I said, oh, yeah, this is it. So I went to a break, and she just said, wow, I never had a call like this. And I said, me neither, but I love your voice and I love listening to you. And we haven't stopped talking for almost 2 years.
Wow, that's awesome. That's awesome. You just knew it.
I knew it.
You got that feeling.
I absolutely knew it, especially when she started coming to games with me. And she said, I want to be in the booth with you. So week 7, I was at Portage, and it always it's a cliche to a lot of people, but this is true to guys like Vince and myself. You can pick your partner out of a crowd, and there was a big crowd coming to Portage, and I saw Dr. K walk in, and I said, okay, the world's right now. She's here. I can put this headset on and I can roll through this broadcast because my pillar of support and the love of my life just walked in the house. And I was good.
Right. Well, you know what? And I'm a little slower than she is. I did just have a birthday on the 6th.
Happy belated birthday.
Thank you. And, actually, you know what? Excuse me. One of the main things I laugh about is, well, I think I would say, and I did say I just knew. Well, I think it was a time we went out when we were dating, and when the bill came, she paid for the plate. I said, "Oh my God," because it's just automatic. The guy pays, and when you're married, it's different. It doesn't matter, man. It's the same card. Hey,
it is.
That was that was a big deal. I was like, wow, she paid. Paid for the plate.
Yeah.
So, that just took it to another level.
And I remember that because I remember you asking me, well, why are you paying for it? And I said, because I asked you to go out to the movies on this round. And I think it was dinner. I said, if I asked you to go out, then I should be able to pay for it. And so I remember having that conversation. He was like, I don't think I've ever had anybody pay for a date.
Right.
And I was like, well, I don't think you've ever dated anybody like me.
I tell you what, one of the weeks, where we drove from Terre Haute to Michigan City, she finds things that just make me smile. And it was October. It was toward the end of the regular season. And she said, stop by Walgreens. I want to find something for you. I said, okay. So we stopped by Walgreens. She got some snacks for me. She got me a couple bottles of water, and she knows how much water I drink, especially when I'm on the air. So she comes out with a couple bottles of water, and I reach into the bag from Walgreens, and there, I swear to God, was football candy corn. There were different kinds of candy corn in football shapes. And I said, where'd you find this? She says, I found it in Walgreens. Let's go to the ball game, see and watch Michigan City win. I said, she found this for me. Now,
the little things,
the little things mean the largest things to me. Now, I will tell this funny story. The first time I attempted, and I strongly stress the word attempted, to drive from Michigan City to Terre Haute, I was in Maryville. And I did a game in Maryville, and I had no water. They had nothing but caffeine in the form of Pepsi. And I said, now what do I do? If I drink more than one Pepsi, I am in serious trouble. I said, the heck with it. So, Michigan City scored 42 points, and they won the game, and I'm working off of 5 or 6 Pepsis. And she picked me up, and she said, why don't you drive back to Terre Haute? Yeah, I didn't make it far. She even went. We even stopped at a store and said, do you need some sugar for the ride? Because it's about a 3-hour drive. I said, yeah. So she brings out some Reese's sticks, and I still didn't make it. I don't think I made it a good 10 miles before my body said, we're done. We're shutting down, whether you like it or not. And she saw it. She says, come over here. You'll get some sleep, and I'll drive back to Terre Haute. And we've been sharing driving duties since. And she knows me so very well. And I find it wonderful that she takes care of me just as much as I take care of her. That's like one of the sweetest things. In my eyes, that's one of the sweetest things.
And that's what a relationship is about, whether you're at the point of marriage or not. But once you're into a relationship that you know is going to go somewhere, that's what you want to do. You want to take care of your partner.
Yes.
That's what makes a relationship work, is he wants what's best for me just as much as I want what's best for me, and I want what's best for him just as much as he wants what's best for him. I'll put his needs before mine, and he'll put my needs before his.
Right.
That's a marriage.
That's absolutely a marriage. She looked me in the eye and said, I want you to chase your dreams as a broadcaster. But then when she found out and figured out what she really wanted to do, which was be a health coach, be a life coach rather, and she looked at me and we talked about it, and she says, what do you think? I really want to do this. I said, dive in and go for it. So that's right. That's just natural. That's just so natural. And she said to me so many times, I've never had anybody support me like this. I said, you don't have to ask twice. If you found something you love to do, dive in head first and go for it.
And that's what makes a marriage work. You put the needs of your spouse before yours. Of course, in a healthy relationship. Don't get it twisted.
Very healthy relationship.
When it's a mutual, healthy relationship, you want what's best for your partner just as much or more than they do.
Exactly. And that's exactly it. I got to have these two on again, and I'd love to have you guys so we can do an episode of Snowman Unfiltered where we go longer than this, but we're coming up against the break. At Shirley Walker King and her husband Vince King, talking all things marriage. And folks, this may be a sports show, but I sneak in little stuff like this to help the show go along. Thank you both for joining me. I'd love to have you back on for a longer episode, and I truly mean that.
Oh yeah, we're down for that. And remember, this is still sports, because this is a sports marriage. You know, both of us are former basketball players. Don't get it twisted again.
Right.
She's semi-pro. You know, I played in the military, but she's semi-pro. But hey.
I love it.
But anytime.
Thank you both so much for coming on. Well, that's going to just about do it for this edition of Snowman in the Morning. Want to thank you all for tuning in. Don't forget to log on to Snowman Digital Media, where you can hear a replay of this show, and also snowmaninthemorning.com, where you can hear a replay of this show. Check out the podcast on both sites, as the podcast will be available immediately after I close up shop here, which I'm about to do now. Until tomorrow, have a great day. God bless. Remember to make your next move your best move, and always remember, if your dreams don't scare you, then they are not big enough. Dream big, do bigger. I am, and I hope you all are too. Until tomorrow, Snowman's out of here.
In times of need, this is what most insurance sounds like.
Thank you for holding. What's your policy number?
But when you have coverage from AAA, you've got insurance with 3 A's. And that sounds like this.
Thank you for calling AAA. Is everyone okay?
This is the sound of the savings you get on insurance. But this is the sound of AAA savings when you include a membership with your coverage. Insurance with AAA? That's service worth singing about.
Insurance.
So does your insurance sound like insurance? Or does it sound like insurance with AAA? A brand that's been helping members for over 100 years. Visit AAA.com/insurance for a free quote and save up to 20% on auto and home. In times of need, this is what most insurance sounds like.
Thank you for holding. What's your policy number?
But when you have coverage from AAA, you've got insurance with 3 A's. And that sounds like this.
Thank you for calling AAA. Is everyone okay?
This is the sound of the savings you get on insurance. But this is the sound of AAA savings when you include a membership with your coverage. Insurance with AAA? That's service worth singing about.
Insurance.
So does your insurance sound like insurance? Or does it sound like insurance with AAA? A brand that's been helping members for over 100 years. Visit AAA.com/insurance for a free quote and save up to 20% on auto and home.
Thank you guys for listening to Snowman in the Morning right here at RTF Sports Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention?
Are you ready? I said, are you ready? You're rocking with the heavyweight champs of sports talk.
Don't act like you're not impressed.
Brandon Way and Brandon Rudolph.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
Tune in to Opinionated Facts, Tuesdays at 6 p.m. on the RTF Sports Network. And we're back again every Sunday at 12 noon on Facebook Live.
Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Only on the Opinionated Facts Facebook page, presented by TCP Network.
For the latest information, news, and analysis of the Los Angeles Lakers and the NBA, check out the Lakers Fast Break podcast every Tuesday night at 9, right here at rtfsportsnetwork.com.
Coming up next here on the rtfsportsnetwork.com webpage is Just 4 Clicks with your host, Michael Buckheister. Yeah. Oh. The afternoon is here, yo. Sit back. Crack open that Raz Energy drink. REEP Energy.com. You got Mike LeBlanc, Michael Buckheister, Mike Stotts. Normally stupid. But today, we always got to ask you one simple question.
Are you ready for it?
And what is up, guys? Michael Buckheiser here with Just for Clicks with my man Mike LeBlanc, coming at you here on the noon edition at rtfsportsnetwork.com. But first things first, Mike, how was your day? How was your evening? How was your week going, man?
Man, I had a really good day. I got, like we were talking pre-show, teaching my daughter how to be an entrepreneur, teach her hard way. But yeah, man, it's been a pretty good day. Kind of a shit week, but we'll get into that when we get to Mike's thoughts.
Yeah. So speaking of the shit week, I'm on cloud 9 because I'm getting ready to be on vacation. So if you guys are listening to us here on Facebook Live, YouTube Live, RTF Sports Network like page, we'll come back at you guys Monday night. So enjoy some replays on the RTF Sports Network for the rest of the week. I'm going to try to take some time with my family, enjoy it, and whatnot. So if you guys are new here, be sure to like, comment, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Share this on Facebook. If you want to miss any part of the show whatsoever, jump over to iTunes as well. Check us out on iTunes. Subscribe to that and leave a ranking. But first thing is first, we got to start with the most important topic of the day, and that is...
And now, Mike's Thoughts.
What's up, guys? So I know you are looking forward to Mike's thoughts because I sometimes have some crazy thoughts, but today is a little different. Something that happened in our country that, as an American, I'm disgusted. And I am in total, utter shock. So this is not going to be a rah-rah Mike's Mind or anything like that. But there was a police officer in Minneapolis, who decided to be the judge, the jury, and the executioner on a man for writing a hot check. I get it. He broke the law. But the man did not deserve to lose his life. The cop was standing over him with his knee on his neck, while this man is pleading for his life, that he can't breathe. He needed some water. He couldn't breathe. And this police officer still had his knee on this man's neck with his damn hand in his pocket. I am embarrassed to be an American. I am embarrassed for the freedoms and the protection that I fought for our country when I served in the military. This is not what I fought for. It's a total injustice. I don't understand why both of these police officers, the white guy and the Asian guy, I do not understand why they are not in jail right now and being charged with murder. It is absolutely sickening. How I can't even anymore. I watched that with tears in my eyes. Everybody that watched that video witnessed an innocent man getting murdered. That's on my mind. I hope it is on all of yours. And all of us as a people, not as a race, not white, not black, not Asian, not Mexican. We as a people cannot let this pass. And we need to speak up. We need to be his voice. Justice has to get served. That's what's on my mind tonight.
And from one white man to another white man, Mike, we will never understand what it's like to be black whatsoever. And like, I couldn't agree more with you. I was trying to not to watch the video, to be totally honest, because I heard and seen such horrible things of that video. But while I took my dog to the vet this afternoon, I was strolling through Twitter, and I saw it, and it just, I couldn't help to not watch it. Like, in the end, it was kind of just like, this cannot be true. This cannot be right. But I agree with everything that you said, and I couldn't agree more to what you said. So let's go ahead and try to lighten the mood here a little bit. But of course, Mike, we are going to start with the Sriracha, as always here, as I try to work with things here. Not going to work. But so you got the first Sriracha of the show. So go ahead and lay it on us.
So, and I'm going to continue with what was on Mike's mind. I don't know what it's like to be a black man in America these days. I can't even imagine. The only thing I think I can compare it to is a soldier in Afghanistan or Iraq, right? I understand about that. But, man, to be a black man in America has to be the hardest thing. We recently just had 2 police officers that got convicted of murder, but how many have just been fired or been put on administrative leave or been put on suspension with pay? When is enough enough? It has to be enough, and it has to stop. It has to stop.
Yeah, you are 100% correct. I am going to go sports related on my Sriracha here, trying to lighten the mood up, lighten the mood up here a little bit. And we are not the 4th best show on the RTF network there, Mike.
We're number 1, son.
We are the best show on RTF network. We are still working at our kinks a little bit. You guys better damn sure watch out once the kinks are worked out with Mike and Mike. But my sriracha is Damian Lillard and the Portland Trail Blazers. Actually, it is with the NBA as a whole. As you guys know, the NBA says they're going to come out, I believe it was June 23rd, and start this March Madness type of basketball tournament type of thing. And pro players are saying, hey, if my team doesn't have a chance to make the playoffs, why the hell should I play a game? And I could not agree more with you whatsoever.
What's the point?
Why do you want to risk rupturing an Achilles heel? We've seen two big stars rupture Achilles heels in the last couple of seasons. Damian Lillard, you could be next. You are smart for sitting out the season. You have a big deal heading your way, if like even bigger deal. One of the rising stars in the NBA right now, and do it. I don't care. I mean, the NBA is pretty much trash anyways. I mean, they should be starting the finals anyways. So to scrap the season anyways, do we really need a 2020 championship? I mean, look at college basketball. There technically isn't a 2013 NCAA tournament because Louisville hired some strippers to play some kids. But, hey, so technically there's no 2013 college championship, so why does there need to be a 2020 NBA championship?
You know what? I've got a sriracha for you. I've got one for you. All right. So ESPN came out today and said that I cannot believe the stupidity of ESPN. And I almost want to say they're just trying to stroke Tom Brady's ego. But they came out and said, going into 2020, Mike Evans and Chris Godwin are the best wide receiver duos in football.
They didn't.
They did. They did. How? Why? Because of Tom Brady? If that is your reasoning, you are sadly mistaken. There are way better wide receiver duos. Hell, even with Dak Prescott at the helm, Amari Cooper and Michael Gallup are a better wide receiver duo for the Cowboys than Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. I'm sorry.
I mean, I did a poll, or I did a visual on our Facebook, and I had Tom Brady in the top 5 quarterback class going into 2020, but I don't think he can make Mike Evans and Godwin the best duo in the NFL.
No.
Shoot. We should do a graphic on that. Who is the most overrated wide receiver duo in the NFL? And Mike Evans and Godwin would be.
Don't get me wrong. I understand where they're coming from, right? Because Tom Brady. I'm not going to say Tom Brady made those receivers in the Patriots.
No, say it. Tom Brady made the receivers.
No. Bill Belichick put them in the right situations.
But Tom Brady does. Any coach can put somebody in the right position. I put my players in position to do right every game. But
so
I'm
you're
not
saying,
out there,
wait.
Go over there,
because the Patriots, besides Randy Moss, the Patriots and Edelman, that's it. I mean, they really didn't have a bunch of like high-profile wide receivers. So you're saying
say Edelman was a high-profile.
Yeah. So you're saying Tom Brady makes those people better, like
Tom Brady made Julian Edelman. Tom Brady made Wes Welker. Tom Brady made Gronk. I want to even go out and say that Tom Brady made Gronk as well. And
I wouldn't say that. Gronk is an animal. Gronk is.
He would not be as effective if he wasn't in the quarterback system that the Patriots have.
You're crazy.
We will see in Tampa Bay.
Yeah, we're gonna see Gronk, an amazing tight end. Gronk can go to any team and be a very good tight end for anybody.
He can be very good, but he's not going to be the best.
No, he'll be elite too. Is Gronk Gronkowski, and he's arguably maybe one of the best tight ends of all time.
Hit that dump button on your mic right there. Just dump you out because you are talking out of your mouth right now.
No, son, no. You know, Gronk can block. He can go to those 5-yard outs and ins and curls, but he can also go for those deep routes. He can dude, Gronk is the man.
Jameson, welcome to the live feed here, and we're not saying that Mike Evans and Chris Godwin are not bad receivers. I'm not saying that whatsoever.
No,
I would put them probably in the top 10, top 2 the top 10 receivers in the NFL. What I'm trying to say here, but I'm not saying they're the best duo out there. There is no freaking way you can probably name 6 duos better than them right now. Well, I'm not going that far. I'm going to say 3 duos for sure. So, but one last sriracha before we head to break. Packers running back Jones is wanting a bigger contract deal. We're getting ready to debate this in a little bit, but he is wanting Christian McCaffrey type of money, like a 4-year, $64 million. He basically wants $10 to $16 million a season. Man, get out of here with this crap. You're making $2 million to run the rock. Fucking just do it. God, those athletes are burning me inside. I want $210 billion, right? Like, come on. Come on.
Pretty soon we're going to hear Dak Prescott ask for Amazon money.
Yeah, whatever.
I need to be Jeff Bezos.
Guys, we're going to take a quick break here. Join us on the other side of the break. We're going to debate, are running backs really worth the money? Is it a Dak or a Zeke versus Christian McCaffrey type of night? Or what exactly is going on? So join us after the break. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
In times of need, this is what most insurance sounds like.
Thank you for holding. What's your policy number?
But when you have coverage from AAA, you've got insurance with 3 A's. And that sounds like this.
Thank you for calling AAA. Is everyone okay?
So does your insurance sound like insurance? Or does it sound like insurance with AAA, a brand that's been helping members for over 100 years? Visit AAA.com/insurance for a free quote on auto and home coverage. In times of need, this is what most insurance sounds like.
Thank you for holding. What's your policy number?
But when you have coverage from AAA, you've got insurance with 3 A's. And that sounds like this.
Thank you for calling AAA. Is everyone okay?
So does your insurance sound like insurance? Or does it sound like insurance with AAA, a brand that's been helping members for over 100 years? Visit AAA.com/insurance for a free quote on auto and home coverage. In times of need, this is what most insurance sounds like.
Thank you for holding. What's your policy number?
But when you have coverage from AAA, you've got insurance with 3 A's. And that sounds like this.
Thank you for calling AAA. Is everyone okay?
This is the sound of the savings you get on insurance. But this is the sound of AAA savings when you include a membership with your coverage. Insurance with AAA? That's service worth singing about.
Insurance.
So does your insurance sound like insurance? Or does it sound like insurance with AAA, a brand that's been helping members for over 100 years? Visit AAA.com/insurance for a free quote and save up to 20% on auto and home.
And welcome back to Just for Clicks, guys. This is Michael Blackeister, live, raw, and uncut sports talk with my man, Mike LeBlanc, as always. If you guys are new here to the Facebook page or YouTube page, consider liking and subscribing to that page. Comment down below. We are always reading the comments throughout the show, and sometimes if you have a worthwhile comment, we will bring it on. Also, if you miss any part of the show, join us at rtfsportsnetwork.com at the noon hour, Monday through Friday. And if you can't tune to that, we are on iTunes as well, Spotify, and iHeartRadio. So as I alluded to before, Mike, before we headed to break there, we are getting ready to talk about, are running backs worth the money in the NFL in this day and age? Just to throw out some numbers for you, in the last couple of years, Ezekiel Elliott signed a 6-year, $90 million, $15 million a season with the Dallas Cowboys. And then Christian McCaffrey trumped that in this offseason, signing a 4-year, $64 million, basically $16 million a year. So first things first, are running backs worth the money in this day and age?
Yes. They 100% are. I was waiting for you to open your mouth with some garbage that just came out. They are. They're 100% they are. If they're an elite talent like Zeke, Nick Chubb, Christian McCaffrey, Saquon Barkley, if they're those kind of elite players, that you can kind of put the game on their shoulders too to go in it, yeah, hell yeah, they're worth the money. I believe Zeke is every bit worth that $90 million. Yeah, you laugh it up, Buttercup.
As the crowd laughs at you, what?
Zeke is making $16 million a season. I think that's perfect. Yeah, pay him that money. And not only that, he signed a 6-year contract for that. He didn't sign a 3, 4, 5-year deal. He signed a 6-year deal for that. And mind you, he's already restructured his deal one time to help Amari Cooper stay on the team. You want to talk about a team player? Zeke restructured his deal. But, we got Mr. fucking Dak Prescott who just wants Amazon money. I'm going to get off that. But, yes, 100%. Okay, if they're an elite talent, it opens up the passing game, for one.
It must be trash day because Mike LeBlanc is filling up my trash can full of 100% trash. Trash is coming out of your mouth right now. Ezekiel Elliott restructured his contract because he knows he has to have Amari Cooper to remotely have a successful season. If he wants 65 yards a game, he needs Amari Cooper on the field. So he had to restructure.
No, of course. Any running back needs a decent receiver on the outside.
So what I'm saying is they're not worth the money right then and there. Running backs are
no,
a dime a dozen in this day.
What are you talking about? How many times has Zeke gone on a screen? How many times has Saquon Barkley, Nick Chubb gone on a screen and took it to the house? Christian McCaffrey is the king of doing that. You're guaranteed.
But
you're guaranteed 14.
It is the system that they are in.
No. You're guaranteed 14 points a game with those guys.
Okay,
with that kind of talent,
you need 28 to win when your defense sucks because you're paying a running back $90 million. How are you going to pay anybody else on the team?
You restructure your deal, just like Zeke has done, and they put it all on the back end. And you know what? He's going to keep restructuring the deal, and you know what Jerry Jones is going to do? He's going to be like, "Hey, this is guaranteed money. Hey, this is guaranteed money," or he's going to be like, "Hey, this is a signing bonus. We're going to take this off of the top." And he's just going to give him that cash. Bro, I'm telling you, an elite talent like Chubb, Zeke, Christian McCaffrey, Saquon Barkley, hell, Emmitt Smith, Jim Brown.
Okay, let me stop you right there.
First of all, they're all worth the money.
You put Chubb in an elite status. That is absolutely asinine right there. Zeke is a good running back. So Saquon Barkley is a good running back. Christian McCaffrey is a good running back, but you know what? Who can replace those? 2 running backs with half that cost. They can sign rookie running backs for like $6 million. 2 of them to take up
those running backs.
Christian McCaffrey.
No, those running backs don't see the field like these guys. They don't have that elusiveness. They don't have that football IQ like these guys do. Have you ever seen Saquon Barkley run the ball?
I've seen him getting tackled
his vision
a lot.
But his vision, his vision is nice. Christian McCaffrey has.
This is pretty nice. He has 2 linebackers right there. Getting tackled
out of here. Christian McCaffrey, even his vision is phenomenal. You can't teach that shit. You can't coach it. So yes, those players, those elite players at the running back position, 100% deserve that money.
I will give you the football IQ, the vision and the elusiveness and just the overall football IQ. I will give you that. That might be worth a little bit of money, but let's be honest. Running backs last in the league for 4 years tops?
Yeah, exactly. So pay them because you know what? On the offense, your running back is taking the bulk of the load.
Let me pay them for 4 years so my team sucks for 4 years because I can't sign anybody else, right?
Well, I mean, are you saying Zeke sucks? Because they've got Zeke for 6 years.
I'm not saying Zeke sucks, but Zeke is not as elite as you think he is, not without Amari Cooper.
You are crazy.
Zeke alone cannot carry that Dallas Cowboys team to the Super Bowl. He needs Amari Cooper. He needs CeeDee Lamb.
Name another running back in the league that can.
Name Barry Sanders.
That's why they won a Super Bowl, right?
To the playoffs on a offensive line that could not start on any other NFL team.
How many Super Bowls Barry Sanders has?
They did. They won 0.
Okay, then. So you can't say that.
Look who his quarterback was, Scott Mitchell.
So what? Look who the fucking Cowboys quarterback is, Dak Prescott. But Zeke still produces every single year.
Do you know why the Detroit Lions never made that Super Bowl? Because Barry Sanders was just good enough to keep them at that 7-9, 8-8 record year in and year out, so they can never draft that elite quarterback, that elite wide receiver to put them over that edge, meaning that he needed help to get to the Super Bowl. So running backs are not worth the money. I want to put my money in a receiver and an offensive line and a quarterback.
No, I'm not putting my money in a receiver. Receivers are more of a dime a dozen than running backs. 100%. How?
You are talking about football IQ. How about route running? How about hands? How about pure size? That is not.
No, I get that. I get that. But guess what? That running back is taking hits every single play. Hits. Not talking about block or anything like that. The receiver's only getting hit when he gets thrown. That's it. But you know what? Just like Jameson said that you just popped on the screen. You're right. Most running backs are a dime a dozen. But the top few are definitely worth the money. Saquon Barkley, Zeke, Christian McCaffrey. Yeah, those guys are worth the money because they're going to be that workhorse for you.
Who is the backup running back for the Dallas Cowboys right now? His name, Pollard, right?
Yeah, Tony Pollard.
I would take Pollard and Kareem Hunt as a 1-2 duo in my backfield over Zeke, over Saquon Barkley, over Christian McCaffrey any day.
You're still going to pay both of them the same amount a season. You'll pay them both, what, $8-9 million a season? So now you're looking at $18 million a season for two people that you can have in one, like Zeke, Saquon Barkley.
What if one goes down? I still got
hold on. You're telling me that Kareem Hunt and Tony Pollard put together are better than Saquon Barkley, Zeke, Christian McCaffrey? You're telling me that?
Better? No. Are they equivalent? Yes.
No, they're not the equivalent.
You want
no way. Why?
Let me tell you why.
Put Kareem Hunt at 3rd and 1. I guarantee he's not going to fucking make a first down. He's going to get clean.
I seen it in Kansas City.
He's small. With Zeke, Zeke, Saquon, 3rd and 1, we got that. Okay. It's guaranteed with those guys.
Okay, let's go ahead and play your scenario over here. Zeke gets that 3rd and 1, right?
Yeah.
And let's say Kareem Hunt doesn't get that 1 yard. He gets a half a yard. So we are 4th and a half yard. I put a fresh running back in and run that same play. I'm going to get it. If I don't get it with Zeke and just get that half yard and run that same play again, he is not going to give me 100% effort because he is tired.
Zeke was only stopped 3 times last year on 31.
Because of why? The threat of wide receiver. I'm telling you.
Man, the Cowboys, just as much as I do, the Cowboys were predictable as hell last year with Jason Garrett. They were so predictable.
You can be predictable, but
every 1st and 10.
Amari Cooper on the outside, you still have to respect it.
Yeah, you still have to expect it, but you're stacking the box at that point. You put a cornerback on Amari Cooper, and you double down with a safety or a free safety. So now you got him double covered, and you stack the box and stop Zeke, but you can't. You can't stop Zeke.
You are double covered, stacking the box. There are 15 guys on the field. That can't happen. You can stack the box.
You stack the box with 7 people. What you talking about?
Yeah. So how can you double the receivers there?
That's only 7 people.
On the side, we're going to have CeeDee Lamb on the other side. You're still going to have 3 wide receivers.
Yeah, now we're talking about this season, with CeeDee Lamb. But last season, all they had to worry about was Amari Cooper. So you double down with a cornerback and a safety. You still got the other side covered because 9 times out of 10, if you're running the ball, you've got somebody in at tight end, and you only have 2 wide receivers on the field. Or maybe you run a double tight end set, and then now you only have 1 receiver on the field that you have to worry about. And when they did that every single time, when you got a double tight end, you know for a fact it's either going to be a wide receiver screen or it's going to be a run.
And that is not 100% true because if you look at the Dallas Cowboys 3rd and 1s, I remember two of them very distinctly here. They had Amari Cooper one-on-one with no safety over the top. If they run a RPO on that whatsoever, Amari Cooper is burning that guy 100% of the time.
That's a dumbass of a defensive coach.
Dumbass, offensive coach.
Yeah, I mean, I know I'm not a defensive coach, but that's a dumb bonehead move on defense. I mean, I'm not saying anything, but I play Madden.
You are saying that it is predictable, so why not put 10 guys in the box when they have 3 tight ends and 1 receiver? I want to single him up one-on-one.
You still have to account for that receiver. You can't just be like, oh, yeah, we know they're going to run the ball.
Yeah,
no, you can't do that. You have one-on-one with safety help. And you stack the box. But anyway, regardless, Zeke still makes that first down.
You give me
Saquon Barkley will still make that first down.
He will not make it.
Saquon Barkley, tree trunks for legs, will still make that first down.
Saquon Barkley will never get a first down on 3rd and 1 this season.
You are crazy.
Facts, son. You want to know why? Because running backs are a dime a dozen. They're overrated.
Well, they're not.
Now, if we were talking 1990s, back when you were 25, I mean, yeah, I gotta give running backs some money. I mean, sorry, that one little gray hair across your forehead just aged you a little bit. But so, guys, if you are just joining us, we are debating if running backs are a dime a dozen. If running backs are worth the money. Mike LeBlanc over there says they are. I'm on the flip side and says they're not. So, guys, in the comments, let us know if running backs are worth it or they're not. Just give us a hashtag worth it or hashtag not. We're going to take our final break of the segment, or of the show, I should say, and then we're going to come back and we are going to talk a little bit of sleepers. The New York Football Giants, will they go better than 8-8 and possibly win the division? Find out right after this.
In times of need, this is what most insurance sounds like.
Thank you for holding. What's your policy number?
But when you have coverage from AAA, you've got insurance with 3 A's. And that sounds like this.
Thank you for calling AAA. Is everyone okay?
So does your insurance sound like insurance? Or does it sound like insurance with AAA, a brand that's been helping members for over 100 years? Visit AAA.com/insurance for a free quote on auto and home coverage.
Amazon is hiring near you. Earn a competitive wage and start as soon as 7 days. No resume or experience required. Health and safety are a top priority with all of our roles and sites, and Amazon is taking precautions in our buildings to keep people healthy. Go to Amazon.com/apply. That's Amazon.com/apply. Amazon is an equal opportunity employer.
In times of need, this is what most insurance sounds like.
What's your policy number?
But insurance with AAA sounds like this.
Is everyone okay?
See the difference at AAA.com/insurance.
And welcome back to Just for Clicks, guys. Michael Buckheiser here with the live, raw, uncut sports talk with my man Mike LeBlanc. And Mike, that was fun. We had a nice little debate. And guys, we do that each and every show. If you guys want us to debate a topic, just go ahead and message us on Facebook. Hit us up on Twitter. I'm at mbuck41 on the old Twitter machine.
Yeah, message me on Facebook. Let us know what y'all want. We're here to get to the people.
I mean, even if me and Mike agree on something, I will let him know how wrong he is for being right. So
everybody knows, Mike, that I'm the one that's right. You're the one that's wrong, that just spews garbage out of his mouth.
Well, because I just took the trash out because it is trash day apparently. So, Mike, we are going to talk the New York Football Giants. If you guys are following us on Facebook, I made a little post and I said the New York Giants are possibly one of the sleepers of the NFL. I also had the Arizona Cardinals on there.
How can you say they're one of the sleepers? Did you smoke some crack today?
I just looked at their draft. They went offensive line to to protect Daniel Jones and maybe give Saquon Barkley a chance to, run the ball, earn his money because, he's worth it, right? And then they also went linebacker and cornerback on the defensive side. I mean, they drafted 4 linebackers and a cornerback, or 2 cornerbacks and a safety. So they basically have a rookie defense on that side of the ball. Pretty exciting.
Daniel Jones in the first 3 weeks is going to throw 9 interceptions, and in comes Colt McCoy.
In comes Colt McCoy. Sheesh. Flashback to what? When was Colt McCoy at Texas? What was that, like 2008, 2009?
Yeah.
Hey, he was a damn good college quarterback. I'll give him
that. He really was, man. You know what really pisses me off about Colt McCoy, though?
What's that?
When we were playing against Alabama in the national championship, he hurt his shoulder. He went in at halftime and just laid down because he wanted to protect his NFL career. Like, man, I get it, but that says something about you as a man. You just go in there and lay down.
Did you not listen to my sriracha? Damian Lillard is sitting out his NBA season because he doesn't want to get injured.
Yeah, but he's in the NBA. He's in the league already.
So Colt McCoy was projected to go in the first round, and if he would have got hurt, he would have went 4th and 5th round and probably not have made a team.
He wasn't not projected. He was projected like a 2nd, 3rd round quarterback.
Well, I'm just like I got to know what he was projected at, but I'm just saying. But
no, I mean, I knew he wouldn't have a successful NFL career. I knew he would always be a backup. But I mean, you could have won that national championship before us, homie.
Well, Texas will never win another national championship.
Shut your mouth.
Vince Young was all you guys had. So, hey, let's debate that next time we're on the show.
Yeah, we should. Let's debate Texas.
Who was a bigger bust? Texas Longhorns with Vince Young, who was at Major Applewhite, or Colt McCoy? Who was a bigger bust?
No, yeah, we should debate that. Let's do that.
But let's go ahead and jump into the New York Football Giants schedule. They open up on Monday Night Football at home, taking on the Pittsburgh Steelers. This is that doubleheader, so it's an early game. We're talking about 7 o'clock East Coast time. So who do you got in this one?
I got the Steelers in this game.
Even though you're taking Giants, like they're at home on Monday.
Yeah.
You don't even know if Big Ben's going to be healthy.
I don't give a shit. It's the Giants.
Give me the New York Football Giants. They are upsetting the Pittsburgh Steelers on Monday Night Football, starting the season off right. The first Monday Night Football game. This is probably going to be the only Monday night game that I get to watch the entirety of because they get over like at 11:30 at night, which is absolutely asinine. But I digress on that. Give me the New York Football Giants. Daniel Jones is going to throw 4 touchdowns. Saquon Barkley is going to run for 2. Going to run all over that Pittsburgh Steelers defense. Ben Roethlisberger is back, but not healthy yet. Simple as that.
Crazy, son. Crazy. There's just like a lot of garbage coming out of your mouth tonight.
Moving on to week number 2, they travel to Chicago to take on which quarterback we don't know at this point, but the Chicago Bears.
I've got the Giants in this game. Like I've said in the past shows, Chicago Bears are a dumpster fire, man. They don't know who they want to go with. If they have Trubisky in this game, then it's definitely the Giants. Trubisky throws like 3 picks. Yeah, I've got the Giants winning this soundly, 28-10.
Yeah, I am a big believer of home teams early in the season, but the Chicago Bears, you've said it, and I am not sold on them whatsoever. They are a 3 to 4 win team as currently constructed without Cam Newton or Aaron Rodgers on that team. But give me the New York Giants starting the season off 2-0. It is going to be a close one, 17-14, 17-16 type of score. A late push, a late drive by Daniel Jones to win the game. Moving on to the next week, they're back at home, taking on the San Francisco 49ers, 1 p.m. kickoff on Fox. Who do you got?
Yeah, I got the 49ers in this game. That defense is going to be way too much for the New York Football Giants. Way too much. I think Daniel Jones really gets rocked a lot in this game. I think Joey Bosa gets to him at least 3 or 4 times. I know they drafted offensive line to help protect Daniel Jones. But again, this is only the 3rd game into the season without the offseason and being normal and everything like that. This team doesn't have enough time to really vibe and really click together. That 49ers defense is going to be all over Daniel Jones.
Okay, so first things first is they play at 1 o'clock West Coast team traveling to the East Coast. Listen to the show, guys. You know the numbers. You know the facts. They lose 75% of the time. Bosa might get to Daniel Jones 3 or 4 times. Yeah, I agree. But do you understand that Daniel Jones gets the ball out in under a second every time he throws the ball? He's 6'6", 230 pounds. He can take little Joey Bosa's little hit. Give me the New York Football Giants. They're going to upset the San Francisco 49ers because of the 1 o'clock game at home. West Coast traveling to East Coast. Daniel Jones is going to come into his own. Daniel Jones might freaking win the MVP this season because he's going to be playing such good football.
You are crazy. Hey, everybody that's watching and that's listening in, I promise you, come week 3 when the 49ers murder the New York Football Giants, that show that night, I will call our boy Mike Buckheiser out and make him eat his words. He's going to have to regurgitate that garbage that he's spitting out.
I am timestamping this 10:15 on May 27th. Guys, New York Football Giants start 3-0. They beat the Pittsburgh Steelers, beat the Chicago Bears, and beat the 49ers. This might be the hardest 3 games of anybody in the NFL schedule, and they're starting off 3-0. Riding high, MVP Daniel Jones, first 3 weeks of the season. Going on to week number 4, they travel to LA to take on the Rams.
That's a later game. Still, I've got the Rams winning this game at home.
Chargers, I'm sorry.
No, it's the Rams.
Is it?
Yep, it's the Rams.
I forget what their freaking new logo is. Yeah, it is the Rams. I'm sorry. It looks like does that logo not look like a Chargers?
Yeah, a little bit. It does. But yeah, I got the Rams in this game. Jared Goff goes off in this game, and it's their offense is just going to be too much, I think, for that Giants defense. I'm not expecting a whole lot out of that Giants defense this season. So yeah, I've got the Rams in this game.
Do we know where the Rams are at? Are they in rebuild mode? Are they tanking? I
don't think they're in rebuild. I don't think they're in rebuild. I don't think they're in full rebuild mode. Yeah. I do think they're missing some key pieces on that offensive line.
They traded away Todd Gurley to the Falcons, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, who's going to be their answer at running back? Their secondary is kind of suspect, but, I don't think that, like I said, I don't think they're in full rebuild mode. I think they're just missing a few key pieces to get back to, playoff contention and Super Bowl contenders.
Yeah, the problem with the Rams is they are in the toughest division in NFL with the Seahawks, 49ers, and Cardinals. So they have to win these, quote, easy games. However, the New York Giants are not an easy game. They might start 4-0 if it wasn't for the Rams being at home. I got the Rams winning this game. Jared Goff earns his $105 million contract that he has. Absolutely asinine contract, by the way. Talk about overrated right there, Jared Goff.
About time you come to your senses.
But yeah, they're 3-1 to start the season. First 4 weeks of the season, you have 1-3.
Yes, sir.
Traveling to the next week number 5, to take on the Dallas Cowboys, America's team. Who do you got?
I think when we broke down the Cowboys, I had the Giants winning this game, and I still have the Giants winning this game. For whatever reason, the Giants always play the Cowboys really, really good in Cowboys Stadium. So yeah, man, I think this is one of the games, especially with being a division rivalry for the Cowboys. I think this is the game where everybody really starts calling for Dak Prescott's head, and Red Rocket is right there waiting. And I think the Giants beat the Cowboys in this game.
So you have them 2-3 on the season, beating a division foe. And I like what you said about the Giants always play well to the Cowboys. Yes, they always step up. This is a rival game. They play each other twice a year. But also they had Eli freaking Manning, the greatest cowboy killer of them all. For whatever reason, he had that special juice. Eli Manning could be throwing 6 interceptions in like a game, but he shows up to the Dallas game. He's going to throw for 6 touchdowns. But they don't have Eli Manning anymore. They have Daniel Jones. And I don't think Daniel Jones is ready to step into that limelight to take on a division foe like the Dallas Cowboys, especially since Andy Dalton will be starting. This will be his first game starting as a Dallas Cowboy, and the team is just going to be rallying around him. They're going to lose this game. It's going to be close, 28-24 type of score. I have them 3-2 on the season. LeBlanc is at 2-3. Jameson over there is in the chat having that 1-4. Man, what does this guy talk about? Sheesh. Moving on to the next week, they're back at home, taking on quite possibly the worst team in the NFL, the Washington Redskins. Who do you got?
Yeah, I've got the Giants winning this game. I don't even think the Redskins know who the hell they are. I don't even think they know who they really want to start at quarterback this season. So, yeah, give me the Giants. The Redskins are just too confused.
Yeah, speaking of that quarterback situation, by this week 6, we might see if Daniel Haskins is a bust like Ryan Leaf, to be honest. I don't know if he has it, what it takes to be an NFL quarterback. With that being said, though, the defense, the front seven is pretty solid. They're going to take away that running game. They're going to force Daniel Jones to throw the ball. We are going to see what Daniel Jones is all about. We're going to show that MVP caliber Daniel Jones from the first 3 weeks. We're going to beat the Washington Redskins, moving them to 4-2 on the season.
If Alex Smith is starting for the Redskins, they might be a different team.
Yes. Alex Smith is a great game manager, a great leader, a great human being. So if Alex Smith gets some playing time, I bet you every game that he plays, the Washington Redskins win. I guarantee it. But moving on to the next week, they travel to Philly to take on the Eagles. This is a Thursday night game, division rivalry. Who do you got?
Short week against a division rival. Give me the Eagles. They're playing at Lincoln Field too. Yeah, give me the Eagles.
Yeah, give me the Eagles as well. The Eagles should be healthy still at this point. Carson Wentz shouldn't be throwing too many interceptions. Heck, I had Carson Wentz as a top 10 quarterback in our debate that we had a couple days ago. So I really anticipate Carson Wentz having a good game, 3 touchdowns, and just say overall non-showing up game for the New York Football Giants, unfortunately. Moving on to the next week, another primetime game, but they have 10 days to prep for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at home. This is the second time the Giants have been Monday Night Football. What the heck is going on?
Yes, sir. I believe I picked when we did Tampa Bay. I picked the Bucs to win this game. Yeah, and I still think the Bucs are going to win this game. This is you're going up against the air quotes the GOAT, Tom Brady. I think it's just too big for Daniel Jones. It's too big of a spotlight for him. Especially being on a Thursday night. It's the only game on that night. So all eyes on you. I think the moment is too big for him, and I think the Buccaneers come away.
And I'm the exact opposite. I don't think the moment is too big for him. He has already played a Monday night game this season versus the Steelers. Whooped that butt. He played on a Thursday night game, which is just like a Monday night game, the only game on.
No. But it's not against the GOAT.
What's that?
Not against the GOAT.
Well, I don't know who the GOAT is. Are you talking about Mike Evans?
The GOAT, air quote, the GOAT.
But if you guys were listening to the show, I did pick the Giants to win this game. They are not going to lose a Monday night game, especially to Tom Brady and the Patriots and the Bucs. They are going to show up. They're going to play on up on ladders. They're going to need skill stars so freaking high. Giving them 5-3 on the season. Moving on to the next week, Sunday afternoon game. They travel to Washington to take on the Redskins. Who do you got?
Noon game. I've got Washington winning this game. I think they split it. I mean, regardless if Washington doesn't know who they are, even still at this point, it's a division game, right? And we all know in every division, when you play a division rival, when you play somebody in your division, you know how to play them. So it's going to be a good game no matter what. But I've got the Redskins winning this game, and they win by a field goal within the last 5 seconds of this game.
Yeah, and if you look at their past 5 games here, this will be their 4th division game in 5 games. They are mentally and physically wore out at this point. They are hoping for a bye week. And if they were playing the Washington Redskins later in the season, I would give the Giants a sweep 100%. But the fact that they're playing them so close together, and before the halfway point of the season. I'm giving the Redskins to win and this one, making them 5-4 on the season. You have them at 3-6 going into Week 10 at home versus the Eagles. Who do you got?
So Giants are playing at home versus the Eagles. The Giants, the Giants play the Cowboys in Cowboys Stadium really good. The Giants always play the Eagles really well, and was it MetLife, right? MetLife Stadium.
Yeah, I believe so.
So I've got the Giants winning the game, upsetting the Eagles in this game.
Moving you to 4-6 on the season, and I'm on the exact opposite game of this. I think the Eagles sweep the Giants this year, giving them a 500 record going into the bye week. Just the 5 division games in six weeks. That's hard on any team. The NFL did not give the Giants any favor going this part of the schedule. Week 11, they have a bye week, and then Week 12, they're on the road to take on the Bengals. Who do you got?
I got the Giants. I got the Bengals in this game. Joe Burrow, by this time of the season, he's got everything he needs. They're firing on all cylinders. That defense is starting to come alive. I've got the Bengals winning this game, man.
Yeah, as high as the Giants were to start the season, how hot they were, would have had them 4-1 the first 5 weeks to start the season. They are crashing back down to reality, and they are being the Giants that we knew the last couple of seasons. I think they lose to Cincinnati. If this game was at home, I think they would beat the Bengals, but it's at Cincinnati. Joe Burrow, just Joe freaking Burrow, right? I mean, he is going to pull out some type of wins this season, and one of them is going to be against the Bengals. Moving on to the next week's first week of December, they are going to travel again to Seattle to take on the Seahawks. Who do you got?
Traveling to Seattle, and you're playing Russell Wilson and company. Yeah, it's a no-brainer. Seattle Seahawks in this game.
Yeah, I'm picking the Seahawks as I like as well. This schedule is not nice to the New York Giants at all. They have a top 15 strength schedule throughout the season, even after going like 4-12 last season. So definitely didn't do them any favors. Russell Wilson just too much for that young New York Giants defense in the end. Moving on to the next week, they're at home to take on the Arizona Cardinals. Who you got?
I've got the Cardinals winning this game. Kyler Murray has a damn good game this one. I think this is one of the games where he uses his legs quite a bit, and he rushes for like 100 yards, and he throws for 200 yards and 2 touchdowns and rushes for 1. I think Kyler Murray really shows his ass in this game.
I think Kyler Murray really shows his ass by flopping on his butt in the snow.
No.
It is mid-December in New York, and they're from Arizona. Who wants to go to New York when you're from the South, especially in December? Absolutely nobody. Kyler Murray's small hands, his short stature, hell, the snow might be taller than Kyler Murray come this game. Give me 6'6" Daniel Jones in the snow. He is going to throw the ball all over the field on the Arizona defense, making them 6-7 on the season. Mike, you have them at 4-9. Going into week number 15, they're at home taking on the Cleveland Browns. Who do you got?
I go back and forth with this game because with Baker Mayfield, it's either he's all the way there or he's not. If he shows up, I think Nick Chubb is going to run all over that defense. I've got the Cleveland. Give me the Cleveland Browns in this game.
Giving you 4-10 on the season so far. I've been going back and forth on this game as well. Looking at the Cleveland Browns schedule, I think they're going to be like the Las Vegas Raiders. They're either going to be really freaking good, 13-3, or really freaking bad, 3-13. I don't think there's no mediocrity point for them this season. And unfortunately, I think the Browns are going to be fairly good. So I have the Browns going into MetLife Stadium, beating the Giants 17-14, making them 6-8 on the season on Michael Buckheischer's side. Moving on to the last weekend of December, traveling to Baltimore to take on the Ravens. Who you got?
That's not even a question. Lamar Jackson single-handedly can beat the Giants. You know why? Because he's a freaking elite quarterback, and he's not a running back that's a quarterback, Mike. That's why.
Guys, stay tuned.
He goes off in this game. He goes off on this game, man. 100 yards rushing, 250 yards passing, 3 passing touchdowns, 1 rushing touchdown. Lamar Jackson gets it done. And not only that, the Ravens are playing at home. At home. They're going to wax the floor with the Giants. Look for this to be a high-scoring game, like 30-something to like 10 or 14.
It all depends on how the Ravens are doing throughout the season this year. Are they 14-1 at this point? Are they 13-1 at this point? 12-2 maybe? Do they have first seed locked up like they did like this last season, like the last 2 weeks of the season? I'm not for sure. Have we broke down the Ravens? I can't remember for sure. But no, I do have the Ravens winning this game because Lamar Jackson is a good quarterback in the months of September, October, November, and December. And this game is December 27th, which means it is in the month of December, so he will be a good quarterback still, right? There you go. You picking up what I'm putting down. Give me the Baltimore Ravens. They do win this game 28-7. Saquon Barkley breaks a long run at the very end of the game to get them off that goose egg. Moving on to the last game of the season, January 3rd at home versus America's team, Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, give me the Cowboys. By this time, Red Rocket is firing on all cylinders. He's acclimated to that offense. He's acclimated to Mike McCarthy's system. I do think the Cowboys missed the playoffs, but with the Red Rocket plan, it gives them a lot to look forward to in the 21 season. I think this is a hands-down win by the Cowboys. It's just playing for pride at this point between two teams, and the Cowboys take this game.
Did I hear you right? The Cowboys are missing the playoffs?
Yeah, Cowboys.
You are absolutely wrong, Mike LeBlanc.
Nah, Cowboys go 8-8, 7-9 this season, man.
They go 9-7 and win the division, but the Giants do win this game because the Cowboys already have the division locked up. They already have 4 seed locked up. There is no way they can move up or move down. They played Dak Prescott in this game because they don't want to get Andy Dalton hurt moving into the playoffs. So give me the Giants in this final game of the season because the Cowboys don't play anybody. Zeke doesn't play. Amari Cooper doesn't play. CeeDee Lamb doesn't play. The only starter that plays is Van Der Esch. Only one.
So I think I think they're just playing for pride at that point. Eagles are going to win this division this year, sadly.
Well,
much as it pains me to say, it hurts. I'm hurt.
As of right now, I have the New York Giants going 7-9, and you have them going 4-12. Guys, in the comments, let us know which one is more realistic. I mean, because I think the Giants are going to be a sleeper team. Does that mean they're going to make the playoffs? No, it doesn't mean they're going to make the playoffs, but it means they're going to get more than 4 wins. People are going to be sleeping on them, and they're going to come up and bite them in the butt. Giving them 7-9, I mean, that is a pretty respectable season there at 7-9.
If you were a respectable team, that would be a respectable, but they're not a respectable team. So 4-12 seems more realistic.
So look, like now, since we broke down the schedule here, that second quarter part, or like the second part of the season there, when they play the Cowboys and then the Redskins and then the Eagles and the Bucks and then the Redskins again, I mean, that is a tough part of their schedule. I mean, they're playing potentially 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 playoff teams and a 6 band.
After their bye?
No, before their bye. They're like
they've got the Steelers, who's a playoff team, 49ers, who are a playoff team, Rams, possibly a playoff team, the Eagles, a playoff team, Buccaneers, a playoff team, Seahawks are definitely a playoff team, Arizona Cardinals could be a playoff team.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they do. The only playoff team, the only non-playoff teams on their schedule are the Cowboys, the Bengals, the Redskins, and the Bears. Everybody else is potential playoff teams.
Yeah, and I still think the Cowboys are as playoff teams still. Like I think the Cowboys and Eagles both make it from that division. The Redskins aren't a playoff team. The Bears are definitely not by any means, and the Bengals aren't. But everybody else on their schedule, I think, has a pretty good probability of making the playoffs. The Giants easily, looking at it, probably have the hardest schedule in the NFL this season. Yes, I know the numbers say otherwise. Don't hate me about that, but numbers lie. My eye test is telling me that they're only playing 4 non-playoff teams. I mean, that is a tough schedule.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mike. Like, if you go back and look at all the games that we've broke down over the past couple weeks, this is probably the hardest schedule that we've broke down that a team has of opponents. I mean, they're almost their whole schedule, with the exception of 3 teams, in my opinion, are, playoff teams. So, yeah, it's going to be a hard road for the Giants, and that's why I don't see them.
You know who it is. It's your boy Dylan from On and Off the Field with Durf and Dylan. So I'm just coming to let you know, on the RTF Sports Network, this show will now be live from 7:30 to 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursdays. If you go to rtfsportsnetwork.com, you can listen to the show live from there and on our social media platforms on Facebook and Instagram. It's going to be an amazing show that is all about the fans. Also, when you go to rtfsportsnetwork.com, make sure to vote for On and Off the Field as the show of the month for April. If we win that, money is going to charity. You can count on that.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention?
Are you ready? I said, are you ready? You're rocking with the heavyweight champs of sports talk.
Don't act like you're not impressed.
Brandon Way and Brandon Rudolph.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
Tune in to Opinionated Facts, Tuesdays at 6 p.m. on the RTF Sports Network. And we're back again every Sunday at 12 noon on Facebook Live.
Do it live! I'll write it and we'll do it live!
Only on the Opinionated Facts Facebook page, presented by TCP Network.
Coming up next here on the RTFSportsNetwork.com radio network is Beyond the Arc with your host, Brian Snow. NBA talk for the next hour. Enjoy.
Greatness. It's just something we made up. Somehow we've come to believe that greatness is a gift, reserved for a chosen few. For prodigies, for superstars, and the rest of us can only stand by watching. You can forget that. Greatness is not some rare DNA strand. It's not some precious thing. Greatness is no more unique to us than breathing. We're all capable of it. All of us.
What up, what up? Episode 2, Mike on the mic. Thank you for tuning in on all the podcast platforms. Thank you for watching live on Facebook and listening on RTF Sports Network.com. It's a little chilly, rainy day today, but we got a great show set up for you. And by we, I mean me and the two Doges. This isn't Twist Sports Talk where I have my two hosts. This is Mike on the mic. So welcome. We are going to kick off the show with an interview. Jeremy Sutherland, he's the CEO and co-founder of Hybrid Nation. Let's bring him on the show. What up, Jeremy?
What's up, Mike? How you doing?
Good. How you doing, man? Happy Saturday.
Yeah, man. Just another day, another dollar.
So why don't you tell everybody a little bit about, Hybrid Nation, how you guys got started, what, intrigued you to start, a clothing line?
For sure. Really we started, it was just a concept that came up. You know, the short story is started college down in Northfield. I went to Carleton College, small little liberal arts school, bunch of nerdy little liberal kids. And my sophomore year roommate at the time, he came back. He was living in Denver. He came back from winter break, and he said, "Hey man," he said, my friend called me a hybrid," and I was like, "Okay." And you know, he's half. His mom's white and his dad's black, and I was like, "Well, shit, I'm a hybrid too." And you know, my mom's half Japanese, half Norwegian. My dad's black, and so we're sitting down with, again, just like, we're sitting in a room at 4 o'clock in the morning, drinking and smoking weed with a bunch of like the nerdiest, smartest kids in the world. And this girl from Pakistan, she's looking around the room, and we got the white guy and the girl from Pakistan, and you know, me, Kellen, all these people. And she looks around, she's like, "Well, this is Hybrid Nation." And we were like blown away. I don't know if it was the weed or if it was how profound it really was, but from that second it just clicked, and we were like, okay. You know, next thing you knew, we made a freaking bumper sticker, and it was like Kellen's mom made us a bumper sticker that said Hybrid Nation with a bunch of different colored smiley faces on it, right? So, you know, the whole diversity piece, and again, it's just a socially conscious streetwear brand is what it evolved into. We were all into fashion at the time. We're all into streetwear, and we had this kind of dope name, Hybrid Nation, that we wanted to stamp on some clothes. So, you know, that was 12 years ago, you know, sophomore year of college. And today we kind of evolved into, you know, full blown cut and sew streetwear brand, socially conscious streetwear brand, you know, promoting diversity, inclusion, positivity, all that stuff that, you know, say Nike does on one day a year when they drop their equality t-shirt, you know? So that's kind of the short story of how we kind of evolved over the last 10 years into a full-time gig.
That's what I love about the brand, is it's the message behind the brand. You know, I'm repping the hat right now. My oldest daughter, her mom is mixed, black and white. You know, so she's a hybrid too. Yeah, I mean, it's dope. So I definitely promote it. We got the website there on the bottom. Definitely go in, hybridnationclothing.com. Get your face masks, because you can't go anywhere apparently without them with this COVID bullshit.
Crazy, right?
So where's the brand at now? You're based here out of Minnesota, but you're in LA a lot. You know, how you pushing everything? Where are you guys at now?
You know, so I live in LA. That was just a move for the brand, just to do some more networking. You know, I was meeting a lot of people and meeting people on the weekends, and the following weekend they hit me up for a, you know, event that I need to be at, and I'd be like, well, it's -30 and I'm in Minnesota right now, so I can't be there. So that started happening at more of a, you know, at scale. So I made the move out there, started to cement some of those relationships just to kind of further the brand. You know, LA is kind of the epicenter of, even from manufacturing to just trying to get the brand out there in the right hands. But Minnesota's home, man. You know, Minnesota is where, you know, 80% of our customer base is right now. You know, the day ones who have been there, watch the brand evolve from a stamp on a t-shirt to, you know, some of the most comfortable joggers and hoodies anybody's ever worn. So, shit, you were a big part of our latest project, you know, with the Timberwolves. So that was dope. That whole evolution, we just keep that kind of stuff at home, you know. So,
and is that kind of the future then for Hybrid Nation, is trying to maybe get your stamp on some, you know, you did the thing with the Wolves, maybe some things out in LA, kind of attach your name to some high profile stuff. I know me and your brother have been friends for years, having kind of celebrity, you know, wearing, he doesn't do the flat bell, he does the 70-year-old man curved, you know,
the dad hat,
fisherman's hat, but you know, on Top Chef and kind of that stuff, and brought your brand, elevated it to a whole new level. Is that kind of the future, Hybrid Nation?
For sure. I mean, you know, the best way to get that, you know, we're not a funded company, right? So we don't have $10 million to go spend $9 million of it on dressing up influencers all over the world and having them parade around in our stuff. So we're doing a grassroots route. So we're keeping the network for sure. I mean, unfortunately, you know, the COVID thing took hold, and we had some pretty dope collabs with some major professional teams lined up. some teams in LA saw. I got a couple buddies working for some teams out there. They saw what we were doing over at the Timberwolves, wanted to do some similar things. So yeah, definitely. Hopefully this snowballs into some bigger things. And some of those projects got canceled, some of them just got postponed. So like we have some cool shit coming up very soon. But that's definitely the plan.
Dope. Well, get at Jeremy at JSouthHN on Twitter. Check them out, hybridnationclothing.com. They got a bunch of cool ass shit, man. I appreciate you coming on the show, promoting the brand. We'll talk to you here soon.
Thanks, boss. Appreciate you.
Yep. Take it easy. Jeremy Sutherland, y'all. All right. Let's get in on some Mike on the mic. We're going to get mic'd up. Yeah, we got some sports headline talkers to get at you. MJ a liar? Horace Grant says Michael Jordan lied in The Last Dance and calls him a little bitch. Grant was unhappy with the portrayal of various players and situations throughout the documentary. Horace, shut up, man. That whole show was produced by Michael Jordan. Come on, man. ESPN TB12 documentary in the mix. Nobody cares. He's still playing. God, next, Ryan Leaf. Is he off the wagon? He was arrested yesterday on domestic battery charges. The 44-year-old is one of the biggest busts in NFL history. Second overall pick, lasted just 3 years, throwing for 14 touchdowns and 36 picks with a 4-17 record. You wonder why this dude turned to drugs. Back in 2012, he spent time in jail for felony burglary and drug possession, trying to get his hands on some pills. He did turn his life around, get sober, landed a job with ESPN last year, but apparently he's sitting in jail as we speak. Speaking of people getting in trouble, Aaron Judge's girlfriend got arrested, got pulled over in Arizona on a DUI charge, and was crying and pleading with the officers because of her boyfriend. Try again, girlfriend. Whew. Immune to COVID? South Korean immunity research holds promise for the NFL. It's happening, possibly. A South Korean study featured as the lead item on NBC's Nightly News with Lester Holt tells people who have coronavirus cannot get sick from the coronavirus again. Man, I hope this is true, because then all the NFL players can just go into a little COVID bubble and get it. That way we can 100% for sure have our season. I'm not trying to miss out on that at all. The NBA to Disney? Disney World, clear frontrunner for resumed NBA games. Disney World has been an attractive place to the NBA because of its private properties and facilities. Honestly, I don't care if they play on Mars. Let's just get it going on. NFL jersey sales were released here recently. And the top 10, I believe 9 of the top 10 were all out of Florida. Tua Tagovailoa was the top 2 jersey sales, where Brady had 5, Gronk had 2, and Joe Burrow just had 1. I mean, I know Tom Brady's good. He's obviously getting a documentary here soon, but is he really good enough to have 5 of the top 10 jersey sales? The Tampa Bay Buccaneers jerseys are horrible. Nobody wants to wear that bullshit. I want to see the numbers from when Brett Favre joined the Minnesota Vikings on that purple. Now those are some lovely, lovely jerseys. Whew, now that is the end of Mic'd Up on today's episode. So every week, we're going to go over a new top 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. This week, we are going to talk about sports movies, and I'm going to break down my top 5 for you. Now, this is an interactive show. You people watching, you can tune in, try and call me out, but this is my show, and I'm right, so screw you. Here we go. We're just going to list down some sports movies. Let's start with Major League. Great baseball flick. We have another one in Dodgeball. Now, these are some of my favorites. They didn't make my top 5, but Dodgeball, Talladega Nights, those are great, funny movies, okay? Days of Thunder, Cold Trickle, Tom Cruise, one of the greatest racing shows of all time. How about The Karate Kid? How about The Fighter with Mark Wahlberg, huh? Then we got Happy Gilmore. White Men Can't Jump. That's very racist. We can. We just can't jump high. That's what it should have been called. White men can't jump very high because we're athletically, whatever. Anyway, Rudy, Rocky, Creed. Now me, I think it's because I'm just a little younger. I did watch the Rocky movies growing up, but Creed is dope. Creed 2 is tight too. Get at it. Bad News Bears. Now, a lot of these older movies aren't on there just because I didn't see them. That doesn't make it bad. What up? Next, we got another golf movie in Tin Cup. Kevin Costner. Now, this almost cracked the top 5. This is a hell of a movie. Golf, a little boring, but movies about golf tend to be pretty good. Remember the Titans. This is another one that almost cracked in. Heartfelt movie. Here we go. Green Bay Greg right here. He says it's not very accurate. He's the type of guy who likes to do some research on some of these type movies and find the falsehoods in them. I just want to be entertained, Greg. If they were to actually make a movie based on what actually happened, nobody would watch it. And that is right, Terry. Caddyshack is next on my list, is one of the best movies of all time, but it didn't crack the top 5. We're not there yet. Let's keep rolling down the list of sports movies. We got Any Given Sunday. We have Hoosiers, Moneyball. I wonder how accurate that is, GBG. Lovin' Basketball, a good portrayal between two lovers who go their separate ways on the basketball court, only to be reunited later on in the film. All right. Air Bud didn't make any of my lists. But what a classic movie. And they've also spun off to Air Pups and a ton of different movies. The kiddos love all the ones with the puppies. Miracle actually aired on ESPN last night. And that is a great flick and true to the movie. He Got Game. Field of Dreams. $1 Million Baby. A League of Their Own. Now that's good. Tom Hanks in that movie is phenomenal. I wonder if he's recovered from COVID right now because he needs to get back into another sports movie. A League of Their Own is a classic joint right there. Ali. Man, I loved Ali. Jamie Foxx playing a crackhead. Anytime Jamie Foxx, yeah. Longest Yard made, no, it did not. Which Longest Yard, Terry? Again, we are a live interactive show, so please comment, and I will throw it up on the show. We can chat about it. We can banter. We can do whatever. It's my show, all right? Longest Yard did not make it. I did not see the old one with Burt Reynolds. I saw the new one with Nelly and Ia. He ain't making my list. The Sandlot. Man, I had to wear these, and these aren't the PF Flyers, but those are the Chucks. The Chuck Taylors. I remember watching as a kid, I'm like, those shoes don't make it look like you can run faster, jump higher, but he outran the hell out of that big-ass dog. Mighty Ducks. Now, I put the first one, the trilogy is dope. All of them were filmed here in Minnesota. Adam Banks. He died in Minnesota. Loved the Mighty Ducks. When they're rollerblading in the second one through the Mall of America, anytime movies have, your childhood things in them, it's like, oh, I walked by that. I did that too. That always makes for a good time. And Blue Chips. Nick Nolte, Shaquille O'Neal, Penny Hardaway. There was another white guy who was a farmer. I don't think he actually played basketball, but that was a hell of a movie. So that is the rundown. Obviously, there are way more sports movies out there than the ones I listed. Yeah, Like Mike with Bow Wow. Terry's on a roll here. Like Mike also did not make the list. So let's get down to Mike on the mic. Top 5. Number 5. Now, I just want to say before last night, I had $1 Million Baby on this. If you've not seen $1 Million Baby with Clint Eastwood and Hilary Swank, you got to check it out. That slid down to number 6 because ESPN, yes, the 4-letter network, aired Miracle last night. I got to relive it, rewatch it, and it's a great movie. I'm not necessarily a hockey guy, but you just got to love that movie. So that came in at number 5. Number 4, I just mentioned it, Blue Chips. Man, that's a hell of a movie. I got to see that a couple months ago again. If you haven't checked that one out, that is phenomenal, and that's why it's in my top 5. Number 3, He Got Game, Denzel Washington, Ray Allen, a.k.a. Jesus Shuttlesworth, a.k.a. The Phenom, a.k.a. LeBron before LeBron. They come in at number 3 at He Got Game. Number 2 is Any Given Sunday. This is so good. I think this is probably the truest portrayal of players in the NFL. There's a party scene where they're just getting lit, drinking, doing some blow, doing all this stuff. But Jamie Foxx, yeah, highly rated, number 2. And number 1 is Rudy, hands down. GBG, I know it's not true. It's not to the likes of what you would like it to be, but gosh darn it, if it's not inspirational, I don't know what is. As a young lad, when I used to play football, I used to get fired up, and I used to just throw it on. So that's my top 5. We got Rudy at 1, Any Given Sunday at 2, He Got Game at 3, Blue Chips at 4, and Miracle at 5.
I noticed that lately I've been drifting aimlessly.
All right, we're going to give you a little TV show review here. I'm going to review a show every week. Right now it's on Netflix. It's called Outer Banks. A teenager enlists his 3 best friends to hunt for a legendary treasure linked to his father's disappearance. Now, when I first saw this show, little teeny bopper, John B., who's the main character, if he isn't a heartthrob, I don't know what is. God, I think God made him in his creation. He's a good-looking lad. Let's just say that. It got a 7.6 out of 10 on IMDb, 70% on Rotten Tomatoes. It's 10 episodes. You can watch them all first season. If you like it, you got to watch now because Netflix renews based on the first month viewership. So we're going to need your help, okay? I need your help. I want to watch season 2. Now, my review of it, I'm going to give it an 8. So I'm 0.4 ahead of IMDb. I give it an 8. It takes about 3 episodes to really get going, but it's good, man. It is good. All right. It is time for a spotlight. I'm going to feature one thing every week that I want to talk about. And this week, it is the Kellogg's mashups coming out in June. They're mashing up Frosted Flakes and Fruit Loops. Now, I know what some of you guys are thinking. Why can't I just go buy Frosted Flakes and Fruit Loops and put them in a bowl together? Well, you can, but Kellogg's made it a little bit easier by putting it in a box. It saves you half the cost of a box of cereal. Now, if it were me, my favorite cereal as a kid was Fruity Pebbles. It was amazing. I love it. I'm not a big cereal guy anymore. I'd rather have a piece of pizza in the morning probably than cereal. But Frosted Flakes was good as well. Fruit Loops is good. I think that's going to be a pretty good combo. But for me, mine is going to be Fruity Pebbles and Lucky Charms. A little marshmallow, a little fruit. Let's just get fruity in the morning. Let's do it. Don't be scared to, okay? So that is my spotlight this week, ladies and gentlemen. Random fact. Now, this is how we are going to end every mic'd up, all right? Every mic on the mic. You are going to leave with a little nugget just to think about, just to ponder a little bit, okay? Now, I got a whole list of them, but I think this one's important. This one, to me, is the most important. I'm going to take a little sip of coffee here. All right, so a little random fact to end our show each and every day. The Barbie doll's full name is Barbara Millicent Roberts from Willows, Wisconsin, and her birthday is March 9th, 1959. That's all the time I got for you this week, folks. Tune in next week for another episode of Mike on the Mic.
We're going to go inside, we're going to go outside, inside, and outside. We're going to get them on the run, boys. Once we get them on the run, we're going to keep them on the run. And then we're going to go. And we're not going to stop till we get past that goal line. This is a team they say is good. Well, I think we're better than them. They can't lick us. What do you say, man?
In times of need, this is what most insurance sounds like.
Thank you for holding. What's your policy number?
But when you have coverage from AAA, you've got insurance with 3 A's. And that sounds like this.
Thank you for calling AAA. Is everyone okay?
This is the sound of the savings you get on insurance. But this is the sound of AAA savings when you include a membership with your coverage. Insurance with AAA? That's service worth singing about.
Insurance.
So does your insurance sound like insurance? Or does it sound like insurance with AAA? A brand that's been helping members for over 100 years. Visit AAA.com/insurance for a free quote and save up to 20% on auto and home.
It's time to rise and shine. It's time to be about that business. It's time to understand that if you want to get something out of your life, you got to be willing to work for it. I'm talking to the one that wants to go beyond the limit. I'm talking to the one that is willing to work a little bit harder than the next man or the next woman. I'm talking to the one that's been through hell. I'm talking to the one that really wants to take it to that level that no one has ever been. When you step into that room, when you step into that environment, you got to be hungry enough to eat what is coming your way. You cannot be concerned about what can't be done. You need to be focused on what must be done. If you feel that you are not in a position to do it, then why show up in the first place?
What's going on? Here we are, Benzi's Bit, episode 2. So welcome in. Thank you guys for watching. For our listeners on RTF Sports Network, thank you for listening in. Episode 2. So hopefully we're making some headway from episode 1. Very excited about this. Let's see here. So we're going to start it off first and foremost by Benzi's Buzz. All right. So what Benzi's Buzz is, it's basically going to be current events that are happening in the United States. So the first thing that we're going to talk about is going to be the tragic death of George Floyd. 4 Minneapolis police officers linked to the death of George Floyd, a man who died after a police officer pinned his knee against the suspect's neck as he struggled to breathe, were fired Tuesday. When Mayor Fry appointed me as chief of the Minneapolis Police Department, I was very steadfast and strong on what our department vision, values, and culture change would be moving forward. One of those pillars is sanctity of life. That was from Chief Arredondo. He also stated, we know there are inherent dangers in the profession of policing, but the vast majority of the work we do never require us to use force. The incident, which was caught on film, caused a huge uproar and prompted calls for dismissal almost immediately. The FBI also has been called to investigate the incident. Very tragic. I don't know if you guys have watched the video, but it was definitely something to take back. I mean, 10 seconds into it, you're kind of like, holy cow, you know, you've got these people that are filming it and they're not really saying anything because they're intimidated by the police themselves, which shouldn't be the case. You know, if you're not doing anything wrong, you should not be afraid of the police. They were saying that George he was trying to pass off a counterfeit $20 bill. Did he know about this at the time? No one knows. But the big thing is just realizing that the use of force wasn't necessary. I mean, the gentleman had his hands in his pockets at the time that he was on the ground with being pinned by his knee of the police officer. So very tragic there. Definitely hard to watch. So that is the first headline of Benzie's Buzz. The second one is a New Jersey salon owner said on Fox and Friends Wednesday that hundreds of salons in the state plan to reopen on June 1st, despite the governor's executive order. I know this is New Jersey. I'm here in Minnesota, but still, as you guys can see that are watching, the hair is very long right now, very interested in things and topics such as this. There was quoted that there has been such a huge disconnect in communication, and there are so many small businesses, not just the beauty industry, that are at the end of their rope. The owner of Panico Salon and Spa in Ridgewood stated that. He also stated that he is only one of 1,000 salon owners who came together to craft their own plans for reopening. So really striving around and going around the governor's executive order because they need to get open. And me personally, I am a bread man, right? So I work for the bread union. I'm delivering bread to stores like Walmart, Cub Foods here in Minnesota, big retailers for grocery. And for those stores to be open with the hundreds of people in there at a time, definitely not 6 feet apart, for those to be open and have that ability to do so, small businesses that can limit people in, how many are in there at a time, things like that, there is no reason, in my opinion, why they shouldn't have the option to strive during these tough times. So that's very, very difficult situation, but I applaud them. Greg Bauman, who does Green Bay Greg's show, stated just now that he's saying that he thinks his hair looks amazing. That's because Mike Reeves, who does Mike on the Mic, cuts his hair. So he has that privilege. Congratulations, Greg. It does look great, as do you. Greg's actually currently working on gaining some weight. Yes, you heard it here. He is trying to gain weight. I'm sitting over here starving myself to try to lose some pounds before my upcoming wedding, which is in September, the day after I turn 30. So my birthday is September 18th. I will be turning the dirty 30. And the day after that, I will be getting married. Austin May, one of my groomsmen, just said, unreal, in all caps. You're telling me, Austin, unbelievable. So on to our third topic for the Buzz this week. It is going to be on Tropical Storm Bertha. First and foremost, the name Bertha. That sounds like a heavier set individual. So we'll go with that. Tropical Storm Bertha formed near the coast of South Carolina on Wednesday morning. Bertha's main threat will be heavy rain spreading northward from South Carolina towards North Carolina and Western Virginia. Flash flooding is possible since soils are already saturated by recent rainfall in some of those areas. And don't forget, there will be rough surf and dangerous rip currents that come along with Bertha. I know Mike Reeves was talking about Outer Banks and that show on Netflix. Well, there was a part in the beginning of that show where they were out surfing the tides. So good for them. Anybody out in the Carolinas, I do not recommend going surfing during Bertha. Big Bertha's coming through. So that is going to be our buzz for the week. Now on to bigger and better things. Benzie's big news. So we got some news finally that some sports are going to be starting back up, and this one actually comes with a plan. The NHL will abandon the rest of their regular season and go straight into the playoffs. Thank you, Lord. This is going to be a 24-team playoff instead of 16, and as long as it is available to resume. The commissioner, Gary Bettman, stated, "As we seek some return to normalcy, this is an important day for NHL fans." Bettman also stated, "Since March 12th, we've been hopeful and optimistic that by developing all options and alternatives, we could get to this point. I know I join sports fans everywhere when I say we cannot wait for the players to hit the ice." Indeed. Bettman also went into detail, said Chicago, Columbus, Dallas, Edmonton, Las Vegas, Los Angeles, Minneapolis, Pittsburgh, Toronto, and Vancouver are being considered as hubs. The hubs would have to be secure arenas, hotels, and practice facilities, and there would be aggressive COVID-19 testing and protocol at each site. The big thing is just realizing that if you can test these players first and foremost when they get there and make sure they don't have corona, and then seclude them to hotels with other people who have been tested, you can take away the variable of somebody spreading it. If everybody doesn't have it and they're not coming in contact with anybody that hasn't already been tested, then your success rate should go up and you shouldn't have to have any breakdowns. I know like a week ago when UFC, they did testing before their fight, and one of the fighters tested positive, right? Well, rather than freak out and say, well, we've got to call this all off, they didn't do that. They paused. They thought about what's the best outcome for this, and they just simply removed that fighter and then continued on with the fights. I think that's going to be paramount for any of these sports franchises that are going to start back up, is that you're going to have people that have it or come down with it. I get the secluding part of it. Hopefully you can get that, troubleshoot that out of it. But if you do have somebody that comes down with it, doesn't mean you have to shut the doors. It doesn't mean you have to quarantine every single person. It gets tough. There's a fine line. And a lot of these players in a lot of different leagues aren't really necessarily wanting to go back and risk it. But the diehards are like, it's my job. If there is people on the front lines that are working and having this risk, why shouldn't we do our duty to bring hope and entertainment to the people around the world? So I think that's huge. Another thing on the hockey starting back up is that with the playoff, it's going to be the top 4 teams in each conference ranked by point percentage: Boston, Tampa Bay, Washington, Philadelphia. And then in the East, it's St. Louis, Colorado, Vegas, and Dallas will play a separate round-robin tournament determining their seeds for the first round. So they're already in, but they're going to do a separate round-robin tournament to determine where they will be seated. I think that's pretty interesting. I was listening to Jason Zucker. He was a former Minnesota Wild forward, and he is actually playing for Pittsburgh now. And he was talking about how it's almost like you're going to have these separate tournaments that come into one big tournament, right? Obviously, Pittsburgh is going to attempt to play to get in since they're a number 5 seed. So here are some of the other teams. In the East, the play-in series matchups would be number 5 Pittsburgh versus number 12 Montreal, number 6 Carolina versus number 11 the New York Rangers, number 7 the New York Islanders versus number 10 Florida, and number 8 Toronto versus number 9 Columbus. So those are just that's simply just putting it as the East. I think that's a lot of good matchups, and I think it's going to be not only good matchups but great hockey as well. I mean, playoff hockey is always awesome, but to have these guys coming back, yeah, sure, their stamina may not be there, but just the hunger to play some puck. I mean, you can already see just by the match that was just on for golf over the weekend, how many people watch these sporting events, how many sports fans are hungry for anything. Me personally, I'm not going to watch Korean baseball. I think of it more of like minor league baseball, and maybe if I'm at the field, I'm going to watch it. But when it comes to these huge leagues like NHL, NFL, NBA, even if you got NASCAR, I mean, I'll watch it. So that's interesting in of itself. Then we're going to go over to the West. This is where it hits home for me simply because I'm a Minnesota Wild fan. I'll get to their matchup here in a second. But to start it off, you will have the number 5 seed, the Edmonton Oilers, versus number 12, Chicago. That's interesting because Chicago is one of the teams that was dog crap this year, and yet they're still sliding in. Now, they're a 12 seed. Minnesota's a 10 seed. I know Minnesota didn't play very well this year, but obviously I'm a homer, so therefore I want them to be in. Then the next matchup, you have the number 6 Nashville Predators against number 11 Arizona. That's going to be an awesome matchup. Then you have Vancouver Canucks at the number 7 seed. They're squaring off against my Minnesota Wild. And switching out of matchups here for a second, we talked about the hubs and how they're trying to figure out the 2 places where they can have the East and the West square off. The thing about it is Minnesota and St. Paul, our facilities are great for media, right? Not only that, but it would all match up. But do you give a team like Minnesota or Toronto, Pittsburgh, Vegas, places like that, you have to have one team in here that's going to get a home field advantage, which is very tough. Are you going to give a team an edge to be in this playoff? If it's in Minnesota, do you make the Minnesota Wild suit up in the visitors' locker room? Obviously, there won't be fans, but still, I mean, they know that ice. They know the things about it. So that will be interesting to see what happens. The last matchup in the West is going to be number 8 Calgary against number 9 Winnipeg. Winnipeg is one of our big rivals here in Minnesota. So I think that it always happens where we usually meet up with them. Calgary is also a very talented team as well. So that is what we have for the upcoming NHL season. Very excited on this end to see that happen. Can't wait. So next, we're going to transition a little bit into some football for Benzi's breakdown of the week. Now, my breakdown is going to be very focused on PPR fantasy sports and exclusively the quarterback position. So for the quarterback position, I'm going to deep dive a little bit. And I'm going to deep dive into my top 10. Now, I did do a way too early top 5 for quarterback on Twitter. You can follow me at TwistBenz. Don't be afraid to do that. Also, Benzi's Bit has one. Go ahead and follow Twist Mike. It's going to be great. So make sure you're following us all on social media. Make sure you're liking us on Facebook. And make sure you're listening to us on RTFSportsNetwork.com. That's going to be a huge one. You can see it if you're watching right now. I have the icon for RTF. That's Raise the Flag Network. It's a bunch of great shows about sports, about a bunch of different things. But the big thing is that they give people like me, Mike, and Greg an outlet to produce entertainment for our family, friends, new friends, Twist Nation, things like that. That's huge for us because this is a dream of ours to be able to sit around and talk about sports and other things and give our opinion on it and be heard. I think that's a big thing with American culture is we want to be able to express our opinions and we want to be heard. That's the key to this all. So I appreciate everyone listening to this, everyone sharing this, everyone liking it, everyone listening to Twist as well. But make sure you go to rtfsportsnetwork.com and give it a listen. Check out the shows. Really express the ones that you like and the ones that you don't. We're always here for criticism and constructive criticism at that. So for the breakdown, like I said, we're getting into quarterbacks. At number 10, I have Tampa Bay's Tom Brady. Okay, the GOAT. I will express him as the GOAT until otherwise. I mean, dude's got more rings than Thanos, so let's bring it in. So with the weapons that Tom Brady has, he has Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Rob Gronkowski, and O.J. Howard, to name a few. Now, in all these players that I'm going to go through, that's just some of the weapons. People can bash them, but that's just some of their weapons. The weakness for Tom Brady this season will be the running back position. He's never been known really for having elite, like RB1 or RB2 type guys in the backfield, but that will be his weakness this year. Last season, he was ranked as QB 12 with 16.5 points per game. All right, so that is number 10, Tom Brady. Number 9, once again, guys, I'm a homer. I try to keep that out of it, but at number 9, I do have Kirk Cousins. Captain Kirk Cousins. All right, his weapons this season will include Dalvin Cook, Adam Thielen, Kyle Rudolph, and Justin Jefferson. His weaknesses will be young depth at wide receiver, and he needs to have O-line chemistry this season, which is always tough. It's always a glaring thing. I think it's a glaring thing from the majority of NFL teams, but being a Vikings fan, if you listen to the local radio, it's constantly bashing the offensive line. So I'm hoping that really meshes this year and they can build some chemistry. I think that'll be great. So at number 9, Kirk Cousins. At number 8, Dak Prescott. His weapons are Zeke, Amari Cooper, Michael Gallup, CeeDee Lamb, and Blake Jarwin. Keep Blake Jarwin in your mind for when I do the tight ends in the coming week. His weaknesses is going to be coaching changes, as well as the constant drama affiliated with the Dallas Cowboys. Last season, Dak was QB number 2, and he averaged 21.1 points per game. At number 7, we have Josh Allen. His weapons include Diggs, John Brown, Devin Singletary, and Dawson Knox. His weaknesses are they are very thin at running back, especially with the loss of Frank Gore, the immortal one, the one that never goes away, Mr. Infinite. So the thin RB depth is going to be his weakness this season. Last season, he was QB 6 with 18 points per game. At number 6, we have Russell Wilson. I know that's pretty far down the list for Russ. His weapons this season will include Chris Carson, the recent acquired Carlos Hyde, Tyler Lockett, DK Metcalf, Phillip Dorsett, Greg Olsen, and Will Dissly. His weaknesses, I would say his weaknesses, and I have this for another one, is the possibility of playing without fans at home. I think that's huge for the Seattle Seahawks, is that stadium and how loud it can be, how much energy you would get as a player stepping onto that home field. And that could be the majority of teams, but I will say for sure for Seattle. Last season, he was QB3 with 20.5 points per game. And this is all PPR scoring as well, so keep that in mind. At number 5, I have Drew Brees. His weapons this season will include Alvin Kamara, Michael Thomas, Emmanuel Sanders, Jared Cook, and of course, the bigger Lamar Jackson of Taysom Hill. His weaknesses will be, for me, I wonder, and this goes with any veteran quarterback who's pushing into the old age bracket, is will this be the decline of Drew? That it's hard to come up with a weakness for the Saints. I mean, that's what I'm going to say. If he declines this season, and plus you have the drama of just the quarterback controversy, who's going to be there for when he's gone? Is it going to be Taysom? Things of that nature. Last year, Drew was quarterback 21. He was still putting up 20.4 fantasy points per game. The injury didn't help his QB ranking in fantasy. At number 4, I have Carson Wentz. His weapons this year residing is Miles Sanders, Alshon Jeffrey, Deshaun Jackson, Jalen Reagor, Zach Ertz, and Dallas Goedert, that twin the twin tight end combo there. His weaknesses, old receiving core that's injury prone. I'm glad that they did get Rieger. Unfortunately, I'm not a big Philly fan, but at least they got some youth into that wide receiver depth, and that is his. Now, for Carson, last season, he was QB 10, averaging 17.2 points per game. So that's where I have him at number 4. So just a recap quickly here, I had Tom Brady at 10, Kirk Cousins at 9, Dak Prescott at 8, Josh Allen at 7, Russell Wilson at 6, Drew Brees at 5, and Carson Wentz at 4. Top 3 here. At number 3, I have Kyler Murray. Weapons this year include Kenyon Drake, DeAndre Hopkins, Christian Kirk, Larry Fitzgerald, Holy Angels Academy alum, Minnesota native. And then you also have tight end Max Williams, a Gopher, starting at tight end for the Cards. The weakness this year, the struggle of turning a franchise around. They've done well in acquiring talent and filling needs, but is that enough to turn a struggling franchise around? I think Kyler will do very well this year, not just on his feet, but also slinging the rock. I think the height issue with him wasn't as glaring as most thought, simply because he can get out of the pocket. So that's interesting to see. I think he'll put up great numbers, especially with DeAndre Hopkins out there now. That dude is a monster. At number 2, I have Lamar Jackson. Many people are spinning number 1 and number 2 around, but I have Lamar at number 2. His weapons include Mark Ingram, J.K. Dobbins, who was drafted this season, Hollywood Brown, and Mark Andrews. The weaknesses for him this season is going to be thin depth at wide receiver. But not only that, I just have a feeling that I'm not going to, nuzzle it down to the Madden curse, but I have a feeling that Lamar, with any guy that's rushing that much and getting out of the pocket that much, there's so much risk in that, and especially with an injury related to that risk. So I have him at number 2. I necessarily will not be reaching for a quarterback this season. That's just my point of view and many others. I feel like fantasy-wise, I can get a quarterback. Well, now you think about it. Last year with Lamar, he was QB1. He was putting up 27.7 points per game in fantasy. That's crazy. And there's obviously going to be decline on that number, but that's amazing. That's shattering records in the fantasy world, but I still am going to have him at number 2. At number 1, Patrick Mahomes, the most elite and entertaining quarterback I think I've ever watched. Hands down, just what he can do at such a young age already, and with the weapons he has. Now, he had Damian Williams, Tyreek Hill, Sammy Watkins, who's always a question mark. You never know what he's going to do. And you got McCole Hardman, and of course, Travis Kelce. But the addition of Clyde Edwards-Helaire, that pushed him, for me, into the number 1. Just to see that he wanted him to be drafted. He wanted Clyde on the team, and that's who they gave him. I think that's only going to promote his energy, and I think he'll do big things this year once again. The weakness I have for him, as well as for Russell Wilson, was no crowd in attendance. Arrowhead, in of itself, is known to get rockin'. It's known to have all the noise. And I know they may pump in crowd noise, which I kind of hope that they do as a fan, just to make it more fair, especially if fans do come towards the end of the season. I think that they can do something, whether it be decibel levels from past games, past plays. We've got the technology to do so. I'm a fan of pumping in crowd noise. Last season, Patrick Mahomes was QB7 and averaged 20.5 points per game. It also didn't help that he had the injuries. So that's all I have for this week, gang. I appreciate you all checking in. Please don't be afraid to go to RTF Sports Network and listen in to all the other shows, but also go ahead and check out twistsportstalk.com and listen in to Twist live on Saturdays. Thank you very much. God bless.
In times of need, this is what most insurance sounds like.
Thank you for holding. What's your policy number?
But when you have coverage from AAA, you've got insurance with 3 A's. And that sounds like this.
Thank you for calling AAA. Is everyone okay?
This is the sound of the savings you get on insurance. But this is the sound of AAA savings when you include a membership with your coverage. Insurance with AAA? That's service worth singing about.
Insurance.
So does your insurance sound like insurance? Or does it sound like insurance with AAA? A brand that's been helping members for over 100 years. Visit AAA.com/insurance for a free quote and save up to 20% on auto and home.
And that was your host, Brian Snow, with Beyond the Arc, full hour of NBA talk.
The snow is melting and it's starting to warm.
Is this for the new commercial?
This is the new commercial. We're recording. Why is it you always cut me off?
Guys, calm down. Let's just start it over.
It's too late. We have to start our show, which is Twist, the weekend sports talk, where you can hear banter like this with sports and interviews. Hear us on the RTF Sports Network, Mondays at 8 Eastern. Also, like our page on RTF Sports Network and check us out at rtfsportsnetwork.com.
For the latest information, news, and analysis of the Los Angeles Lakers and the NBA, check out the Lakers Fast Break podcast every Tuesday night at 9, right here at rtfsportsnetwork.com. For the latest information, news, and analysis of the Los Angeles Lakers and the NBA, check out the Lakers Fast Break podcast every Tuesday night at 9, right here at rtfsportsnetwork.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention?
Are you ready? I said, are you ready? You're rocking with the heavyweight champs of sports talk.
Don't act like you're not impressed.
Brandon Way and Brandon Rudolph.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
Tune in to Opinionated Facts, Tuesdays at 6 p.m. on the RTF Sports Network. And we're back again every Sunday at 12 noon on Facebook Live.
Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Only on the Opinionated Facts Facebook page, presented by TCP Network.
And that was your host, Brian Snow, with Beyond the Arc, full hour of NBA talk.
The snow is melting and it's starting to warm.
Is this for the new commercial?
This is the new commercial. We're recording. Why is it you always cut me off?
Guys, calm down. Let's just start it over.
It's too late. We have to start our show, which is Twist, the weekend sports talk, where you can